Okay, folks. Hello, hello. Give it a few minutes, wait for people to arrive if they are indeed going to arrive. In the meantime, no, 2 clicks again this time to turn the camera around. And where is she? She's there. Hey, Tina. Hey, Tina. Say hello to the peoples. Customary foot shot for the fetishists out there. And we'll turn the light off and turn it back. Hello, hello. Feel free to join me in chat. This is TrampCast Hangout number 11, I think, although I didn't check before creating the stream. Live chat, not top chat. All messages. You're looking for the live button in the bottom left corner, and we'll have a sip of coffee, I think, while we wait for people to arrive. Cheers to the early crew. Wow, Andy, Mountain View Farm. Hello, hello. Been a while, mate. Been a while. How are you doing? Okay, slow start. Has anybody brought topics? Have you got things to talk about? We can do science. We can do technology. We can just chat. You can ask me about being a tramp. Any of the above. Let's have a quick look around the room because I've got a few lights on and a few bits of. In the earlier live stream, I commented that 1 click was enough to switch cameras. Now it's not. I got a set of solar powered fairy lights, Christmas lights, and up here I've got my battery powered Christmas lights. Hold on, I saw a question. Oh, thumbs in front of the camera. How's your day been? Weird, a little bit strange. It's been very, very warm here in the tent, in the nice new tent, and yeah, a bit warm, a bit sweaty. Having to manage the power with the cool box outside, and I just wasn't in the mood for things. And then I had to prepare all my notes for the afternoon for the TrampCast I did this afternoon. So it's all been a little bit, I don't know. I just had to walk her ladyship again, and she didn't really want to go out. But such is life. What about you guys? How's life? How's life with you guys? How many we got here now? Oh, it says 3 1 minute. It says 4 the next. I'm losing people already. I do indeed have a fan in the tent. Yes. And it surprisingly only uses about 20 watts. Well, there's a story. It uses 20 watts, the fan itself, but just using the inverter means I'm using another 30 watts on top, somewhere around 35 watts, I think. So it costs me 55 watts, really. Now, in midday, when the sun's out and the solar panel's in use, it's fine. But if I have the fan on and the cool box running outside, I'm using more power than I've got coming in, and so I run the EcoFlow down. I don't like to run it down too far in case the sun goes in. You never know, it can suddenly cloud over, you can get thunderstorms, and then you can be stuck for 2 days with no sunshine or whatever. So I don't like to let it much below maybe 70%, and then I have to turn one or other of them off to let the battery top back up again. So yeah, but it's all right, and not bad having all these devices at my disposal in a tent. I do keep trying to list them and failing. I've got to make a definitive list of all my electrical devices. Got a beard trimmer. But two beard. Well, one's a beard trimmer and one's a proper hair trimmer, I think. Um, what else? Electric blanket, which obviously isn't going to be much use for the next 9 or 10 months. Television, of course. The fan. Slow cooker. I've got a slow cooker. Is it busy with tourists this time of year? It was at Easter. It's a little bit quieter again now, waiting for things to pick up. Waiting for things to pick up. But it will obviously start to ramp up once we get more June, July. Torrevieja don't really view it as summer until you hit August. They're a little bit strange. Like the water parks and things don't really get going until I think July. And like the Brits are screaming out for access to these things, but it doesn't. They don't really view it as proper summer until you hit at least July. I'm having a beer tonight. I will later. I'm on coffee at the minute. I've got 2 cups of coffee. I'll probably have this first one, then I'll have a beer, and then I'll have the second one, which is in a really well insulated mug up there, so it should be good for 2 or 3 hours or more. Hello, Karen. What kind of day you had, Karen? How's Tina dog? Not great. She's all right in and of herself. She's happy enough, and as far as I can tell, there's no pain. But her back legs just don't work anymore. I can imagine, Karen. Straight back to the grind as soon as you get home. You do like to pack the work in, pack it in. I mean, not pack in. Worded that badly, didn't I? But no, Tina is well, I think she's still deteriorating, but slowly. But she seems happy enough overall. I just have to carry her around a little bit at the back, lift her back end up, and try and keep her stable. And keep things moving. But she's all right. Like she's here now. She's just been fighting a little elephant toy, chewing on it and fighting the elephant. Hey, babe. I think she's snoring at the minute. That's nice. It is nice having someone else here with me. Oh, your doggy got home, Karen. That's nice. Were you there, or had you left? Were you at work already? Can you do a weather report? It's bloody boiling at the minute. It is, what is it? 10:30, and we're nearly 11 o'clock. Still 20 degrees out there. 20. I figure from now onwards, I'm probably just going to be on top of the bed rather than in it. I'll be. You reach a point where it's you just never end up under the covers. And then any time now we'll be at that point. Sometimes about 5 or 6 in the morning it can get that little bit the wrong side of comfortable, but it's been a lovely sunny day, and now it's a warm night. The UK is cold. Where are you? They were not complaining. They were bragging the other day that it was warmer back home than it was here. East Midlands, okay. Now it's only a couple of days ago, they were bragging that they were warmer than here. Oh, and then you were going to get bad thunderstorms. So all the news articles went from stay indoors, it's dangerously hot, to stay indoors, flash flooding. I do like how the media nowadays are Everything's panic stations. Everything's named. It's storm this or storm that, or there's an Arctic cyclone. Everything's like, even the bloody full moons get special names. Everything's a super moon, and it's all 50% bigger than normal. The moon's going to be huge, and you look at it, and it's a little bit bigger than average, but nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, and it's going to be a super red moon. No, it wasn't. All of that. I find it fascinating, the reaction of the media to this stuff. They want to build everything up into a big event. I'd never heard of a Moonhawk. I'd never heard of a super moon until about 3 years ago. When did they invent that shit? Everything's just been average. Oh, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. I'm sure all of the reports I saw, I saw one from just before last weekend, and it was advising people not to leave the house because it was going to be 25 degrees. And I was like, we call that breakfast. That's 25 degrees is, it's nice, but it's nothing out of the ordinary. My tent hits 50 in summer, or at least last year and the year before. Wishful thinking, waiting for some hot weather. Oh, that's the chat just went away, so I've got to wave my hand around. Moonhawk, remind me where you're at. And Karen, how's the weather back your way? Karen's got the heating on. Really? Is that because it's proper cold, or is that because you're adjusting from Spain? Stanford in the Midlands, okay. Is your weather cold as well then? Karen says both. It's actually cold and she's adjusting from Spain. It wouldn't be such a big adjustment if you weren't here so long. I'll shut up. Oh, that's not bad. My EcoFlow is down to 96%. Oh, I better plug the phone. I unplugged the phone so that I could show Tina and look around the room. And if you can call it a room, do you call it a room when it's inside a tent? I guess you do. It's a bedroom. Oh, look, she's running in her sleep. Hey, babe. Have a nice run. You run free and run wild. She can't run in real life. So every night she does it in her sleep and kicks 7 bells out of me most of the time. She loves to lay sideways across the bed. And sometimes I've got the arse end, and sometimes I've got a header across where my feet should be. And then she'll start either kicking me or kicking the side of the tent. It's kind of funny to watch. Oh yeah. The difference, it's whether it's dry heat or moist heat usually. Yeah. I couldn't survive like 28 or 30 degrees in the UK. That would be intolerable because of the humidity. In Spain, usually it's much drier. Not always though, and sometimes on the coast. Like the other week when I did the video with the fog rolling in. I mean, what was that about? Lunchtime. It's happened twice, I think, while I've been here. That the fogs come rolling in at lunchtime. But I think both times, were they both on a Sunday? One of them definitely was. But it was kind of spectacular. I thought there was a fire somewhere at first. I thought it was smoke. But no. Just fog. So, folks, what's happening in the world? Have you all brought topics for us to discuss? I enjoyed the live stream again earlier. I thought it was a little bit short, just 2 hours on the nose. But I ran out of things to say. I think some of the days, when I looked at my notes, I didn't have anything to say. I didn't have anything to work with. I think some days I'm lazy, don't make the notes, and then I try and backfill them the day after, and I can't think of anything that happened. Have we had any wildfires reported yet in Spain? Not that I'm aware of, but I must admit I'm not the greatest one for scanning news. If something's important enough, I figure someone on Twitter will mention it, or I'll see a video about it from some of the other guys that do videos around here. So I'm not actively searching the news anymore. I just figure it'll come to me if I need to know it. I just figure it will come. I've more or less stopped reading like the news, like BBC News or whatever. I might glance at a list of headlines and just move on. Again, the important stuff will bubble up to the surface, and I'll know about it. Like when we had the power cut the other week. Well, I didn't, but when the rest of Spain did, I found out about it mainly by people holding their phones up and twisting around 3 times and trying to rub their left buttock with their right hand while rolling their trouser legs up. Whatever weird incantations you see people do when they can't get a phone signal. But I was quite late to being aware of it. It had been going on half the morning, and we were halfway through the afternoon before I knew anything about it. Such is life. And even then, I thought it was just my phone provider playing up. I thought it was Labara. I thought Labara had cut me off or something, as they sometimes do. Typical day, well, very boring, really. My life is boring. Wake up in the morning, depending on how early, like 4 or 5 in the morning sometimes. If I'm lucky, 8 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock on a really rare occasion. But wait, if it's early, watch a few videos, wait for the sun to come up. Then I have to take the EcoFlow out of the bedroom and connect it to the solar panel, put the solar panel out, A, to catch power, and B, to provide shade to the cool box that's underneath it, since I started using that a few weeks ago. Walk the dog, make some coffee, come in, sit down, drink the coffee and watch videos. Wait for the day to get going properly. There might be a few jobs to do around here, something to tidy, something to do, prepare some food at some point in the day. Tina can't walk, well, she can hardly walk at all, but she can't walk far when she does. And I'm carrying her back end with an elasticated belt. Walk her as and when we can. I don't get to leave the field. Once or twice a week, I'll make it as far as the Chino Bazaar and grab whatever supplies we might need. Can't go and do proper shopping, so people bring me things here. So I meet and greet when people are bringing me, when people arrive out of the blue with a bag of food, either that they've purposely bought for me, or maybe they're leaving the country and they've brought me the last, the last food they've got in their fridge or their cupboards. Um, make coffees, make food, in and out of the tent. Sometimes we'll sit outside and wave and say hello to people as they go past. Uh, that's about it, really. Make a video documenting whatever is or isn't happening in life. Usually it's just weather or something. Got to try and come up with something to keep people entertained. Make sure people don't forget about me, and and thank people when they do bring food. I think I've got a video ready to go out. Well, it's probably not ready to go out, but I've got all the clips from when Karen brought me some food the other day. Thank you, Karen. Um, and the hidden extra that was in the water bag. She says it wasn't hidden, but she just forgot to tell me about it. But who knows? Um, yeah, that's it really, folks. It's. Oh, I put these lights out and recharge these solar powered fairy lights. Recharge my batteries. It's a lot of my day is just managing power to the cool box, power to the fan, which I've started using since Karen brought it a little while ago. I had two fans already, but Karen told me she'd got a better one that she'd found next to a bin. So I threw my two away because one was really, really unstable, and one was a cylinder, a column of kind of fan, but it had been thrown away by people because it was unstable, and it had fallen over a lot here at the back end of last summer, and all of the plastic kind of mesh from the outside had gone into the mechanism. So that wouldn't have been very. I wouldn't have. I would have been frightened to plug it in and try and make it work. Um, but hold on, what does this? Karen did her washing with the EcoFlow. The washing machine. Your washing machine ran the EcoFlow. Oh. Shall I shut up? The EcoFlow actually ran your washing machine. That's good. Have you tried running the freezer with it yet? Because there was a freezer thrown out here a few weeks ago, and okay, excellent. There was a freezer thrown out here a few weeks ago, and I thought it was a fridge. I didn't look inside. I just looked at the outside. It looked like a fridge, and I took my EcoFlow across, plugged the fridge in, and it overloaded the EcoFlow. It was too much of a power draw. But everybody, I keep saying it, everybody should everyone should have an EcoFlow or similar. Something that gives you, what's it give me? 12-volt outlet. USB outlets, what's USB? 5 volts, 2.1 amps on the USB-A sockets. The USB-C gives me higher. So far up to 14 watts, but I think it's supposed to be negotiated with the device. I think it should provide higher than that. I'll have to read up on that. But it also gives 220 volts at 50 hertz, proper alternating current. Vestenor, hello. So yeah, everyone should have an EcoFlow or similar. I keep saying it, but everybody should. For these either for power cuts or for going on picnics or for camping and glamping. You too could live the glamorous life with electric fairy lights in your bedroom while camping, and powering your lanterns and powering your TV and fans and cool boxes. Yeah. I can't. I have to pinch myself sometimes, folks. I arrived in this field with a bedroll, 20 or 30 litres of, no, there must have been more than that, 40 or 50 litres of water, a shopping bag half full of dog food, and a cushion for the dog. That was it. I had a phone that was falling apart. I had a tablet. I had a Kindle book reader, which I miss. I really, really miss. I've still got it. It works enough to tell me that it needs a new battery. It needs after it's been in the floods. Um, Kindle book reader, folks. This, no, not this. I do have a tablet. I have a Kindle Fire tablet, and it's got the Kindle app on, and so has the phone. But powering a proper backlit LED screen, LCD, whatever they are, OLEDs, whatever they are nowadays, powering a full screen just to read text from a book reader just seems wasteful. And the tablet is really, really slow. It's a really old version that someone gave me. Really grateful for it. I do use it a lot, but just it's basically a screen for YouTube videos. I put the hotspot on the phone, connect to it with the tablet, and watch YouTube videos on the tablet while the phone's recharging. Although nowadays I bring the EcoFlow through to the bedroom at night, which is going to cause me problems eventually because I'm continuously plugging in and unplugging the XT60 cable from the solar panel, and I'm getting a lot of copper showing out at the back. It's putting a lot of stress on the connector. I'm going to have to read up on how to replace an XT60 connector. I've got no idea whether they use crimps or whether it's just some kind of push together pop on. So I'll have to look up that sometimes. Yeah, the portable power stations really are a godsend. Hello, Cheds. Hello. Portable power stations are a godsend. People should consider having one, says the Mountain View. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. It's what I say. Everyone should have one, just for whether it's for power cuts, whether it's for picnics, whether it's for powering tools out in the garden, whatever it is. If you're a tradesman and you're using power tools out and about, definitely take one. Definitely have one with you. But the big power cut here the other week, I think, was a warning to people, and so many people still don't know that these things exist. If you're online and you're watching prepper channels or RV or camping channels, they've all been promoting the hell out of them for the last few years. But to the ordinary man in the street, the ordinary man or woman in the street, so many people still don't know these are even a thing. So, yeah. Am I missing? I did say hello to Cheds, didn't I? Yeah. Western Aura said hello. Just scrolling back in case I've missed anybody. I don't think so. It's fairly quiet stream. Only 6 people here recording on my readout. And 6 thumbs up, folks. I'm sure some of those thumbs up will have been from people that were here earlier and that might have left already. If you haven't, please consider it. I think I set chat to subscriber only. If you're watching this and you're lurking because you're not a subscriber, feel free to press the button, take part in chat, and when you're finished, you can always unsubscribe. It's a spam protection move as much as anything else. Although it does encourage the odd subscription. So consider it. Got a few flies. Yeah. Moths this year. Moths have been a pain in the backside. I'm having to close the doors early well, not even at night, in the evening. And even then, as soon as it gets dark and I go out with my head torch on, as soon as I put the head torch on and start walking around the tent, the moths start flying out from behind the bedroom here and coming out, and I'm catching them, and it's a catch and release. So I've got the doors closed so no moths are coming in, but I'm having to open a little bit, catch the moths, and kind of try and throw them out. Otherwise, if they start like flapping their wings and rattling the bedroom, they're usually on the outside of the bedroom and they see the lights on the in, and they're trying to buzz and come through the wall. And then I might have to deploy the fly spray on them, which isn't nice. Don't really want to do it, but I'm not sitting here for kind of 3 or 4 hours or all night while they're vibrating the bedroom walls. That sounds weird, but yeah. You're all supposed to bring chat topics, guys. Are we all loving the new setup? Yeah, you know, the new tent, the new additions, I guess. I haven't had the solar powered fairy lights very long. In fact, the battery powered fairy lights I only got just before Christmas. My mate Karen that and family. I got 2 strings of them, but I don't have enough. Well, I guess I do have enough batteries to run the second string at the same time. But I got solar powered ones as well now, thanks to Adam and Mel from is it Spain Memories or Spanish Memories? I fill in the kitchen back again. How's the back doing? Yeah, I was struggling with it towards the end of the TrampCast, and when I tried to bend down and look out of the door when Tina was barking at something, I did really aggravate it a little bit. But I took one of these big painkillers. They're like horse tablets. These are the 600 milligrams ibuprofen. I took one, and I did it the way that you're not supposed to do it. You are supposed to just swallow these ones and let them do the thing in your stomach. But I tend to put them under my tongue and suck on them a bit. There are receptors under your tongue that allow certain drugs in more quickly, and they have a more immediate effect, a more immediate impact if you take drugs. Certain heart medication tablets, is it nitroglycerin? I think you put under your tongue. I've always done the same with painkillers on the few occasions I take them. I do have these mega paracetamol. These ones are a full gram. There's no messing about with 100 milligrams or 500 milligrams. It's just a gram. 1,000 milligrams. Let's stop messing. But I haven't taken those. I haven't taken that today. As I understand it, ibuprofen does a better job with reducing swelling. Karen will be bobbing in and out. That's fine. That's fine. I do recommend that people have this on in like the background. I watched the 6 hour. Was that last week? No, last week a shorter one. Must be the week before. It was a 6 hour TrampCast Hangout, and I just had it on in the background. I was going to say all day. It was pretty much. Once I decided to put it on at about 10 or 11 in the morning, that was it for the day. Mr. Eggcake, hello, hello. Wow, we're getting all the Scruff Dog and Big Clive crew over. Welcome, welcome. Just have a cheers to you guys. Cheers for coming over. This is just a coffee with hot chocolate. Don't worry, there is alcohol. There is alcohol. I'm going to alternate. I've got 2 coffees. I'm going to have the first one, then I'm going to have a can of beer. Then I'll have the second coffee and the second can of beer. Depending how long we go on. I mean, I'll be drinking those regardless of whether we're in the TrampCast Hangout or not. When was that? One of these TrampCasts, it was the 6-hour hangout. I didn't start drinking until about 3 in the morning. I was on coffee and we didn't finish until 5 or 6 in the morning. 3 ciders in already. That's a good start. That's a good start. Spark a can open. There's not. I'm about here, so we won't be too long. Oh, for the new arrivals, we'll have a quick look around. I'll reverse the. Oh, look, 2 clicks to reverse the. Here's my drinks and lamp. There's my EcoFlow in the corner with a fly killer. I got a string of fairy lights above my head, battery powered. A string of solar powered fairy lights over there, and down here is a doggy. My Tina, with her elephant friend. But she's snoring at the minute. Let's turn that off before we disturb her. Turn it back, and yeah, here we go. Back to live chat. Where's the ensuite? The toilet facilities are in the corner over there. It's a 2-litre Coca-Cola bottle with the top cut off, and it's stood in a nice big tin can that keeps it stable so it doesn't fall over. The wash facilities, there's a towel here rolled up with a bar of soap. I prefer the bar, not liquids. I got a bar of soap and toothpaste and what have you there, my toothbrush, and that's about it, folks. That's a wash rag, a wet cloth, or I've got the I got the wet wipes for the armpits if I decide to do the do they call it a Russian shower nowadays? They used to call it a hose bath or something, didn't they? Well, you just take a quick, just the pits and bits. I've got a little fly in the corner. But yeah, no, this is it. It's a new tent, slightly new layout. My mattresses were on the ground previously, and when the old tent was leaking water in, everything got wet straight away. Now I'm on like a bed frame, but without the legs. So I'm off the ground by, I'm waving over here and you can't see because that's not where the camera is. I'm a good kind of, the bed is 3 or 4 inches off the ground. It's a metal frame, and then there's got planks across it. The proper lats, the proper slats that they're built in. And then I've got 2 mattresses, one on top of the other. So I'm in a brand new tent, but I'm prepared for if it does start leaking one day. The last one managed 7 months before the roof blew away and the walls started splitting. I'm hoping to get longer out of this one. Hopefully the tarpaulins that we've got over from the start will keep the ultraviolet at bay. Hope we don't get too many days with severe winds. We've already had our first test of that when we had, what did I say earlier? The average wind speed was 45 kilometers an hour, but with gusts that were in the 60s. So yeah, it's had its first test and it's survived okay. And I'm nice and organized in the living room area. I'm loving the fact that I've got this, I've got a veg rack with, is it three drawers or 4? I think 4. And then I've got a plastic, kind of a set of plastic drawers that stack next to that. And in here I've got a chest of drawers that my mate Karen provided. I don't think I showed it in the previous. That's not a bad bit of furniture for a guy in a tent. I still need to complete my reorganizing of that. I'm going to use the top 2 drawers as like utility storage. Duct tape, scissors, cable ties, batteries, odds and sods. You know, everyone ends up with 1 or 2 of those drawers in the house. It's usually got the old chargers from all your different phones, and there'll be keys there that don't match anything, and there'll be locks in there that don't have keys. You know that drawer? Well, I'm gonna I need to carry on I've got a sewing kit as well. All my cotton bobbins and sewing needles and yeah, all of that. I've still got some organising to do, but I've still got stuff out in the. I was going to say out in the garden. I've still got stuff outside there that needs sorting through, and what's coming in needs bringing in, and what's not coming in needs throwing away or giving away. But I've still got some stuff out there. I think, including like tins of tomatoes and Tetra packs of like passata and I can't remember they have 3 or 4 different type. Back home, you either get like plum tomatoes or and they're either whole or chopped, and that's about your selection. Out here, you've got all these different, whether it's just been chopped, whether it's been put through a sieve or not. There's just more selections, and I'm a dumb Barnsley lad. I don't know anything about half of this shit. I get stuck trying to decide which tin of tomatoes to buy, or I would back in the days when I could get to a supermarket. I literally, folks, have not stepped foot in a supermarket this year so far, because I just can't. She can't get anywhere. I can't leave her here on her own. So I don't get to go anywhere. I don't get to leave this field. I get to walk 20, maybe 30 meters that way on this little track. Once in the last month, she took me to the cliff tops, but she couldn't walk back. I literally had to carry her the back end the whole way back, not just supporting her and stabilizing her. I had a back end off the ground while she ran along with the front paws. Front paws are still fine. The back end just doesn't work. And yeah, if we go too far, she can't get back, and I have to do the carrying. But buckets and sheds, no, just a piss pot. They say that I'm too poor to afford a pot to piss in, but you know, I'm MacGyvered one. There's no porcelain. There isn't a gazunder. I haven't got a proper bedpan. Yeah, not bedpan. Yeah, we'll leave that one there. Oh, Jack Attack's answer. Oh, Jack Attack's here. I didn't see you arrive, mate. Oh, did I? No, I don't think I did. What? Rhubarb. Okay, we're in the Barnsley. Okay. Why do you want to get 15 to 18 watts? Samsung uses a proprietary protocol. Isn't okay. So the USB-C isn't proper USB-C. It doesn't meet the standard. You have to use the AC adapter, which I don't have any kind of, because it was donated to me. I don't even know if it would have come with one in the first place. For the gentleman's wash, yeah. I'm from Darfield originally. Yeah. Lived there till I was about 15. I think a few weeks before I was 15, I moved here just before turning 15. Moved here. No, I moved to Morecambe just before I was 15. So yeah, jumped to the Pennines. Mum was from Kendry. My dad's from Hexham, Northumberland way. Chamber pot, that's the word. Sausage roll, that's the word I was struggling for. Thank you. Yeah. uh, outside toilets. So many houses when I was a kid, so many houses still had them. Yeah, whenever we went to my nan's, it was all they had. Yeah, with the big, with the tank up on the wall and the big long flush chain. Yeah, the cistern was up high. Proper old fashioned. Kes filmed in Barnes. It was set in Barnsley, was it? But I think so. I think it was filmed there or thereabouts with what she called off Coronation Street. Ivy Tilsley, wasn't it? Was the character on Coronation Street? Ivy Tilsley. I can't remember her. She was Dougie Brown's sister. Yeah, Northumberland. Yeah, yeah. Hexham, my dad. Um, so okay, well, it's not a delta anyway. Mine's the River too, but yeah, it's probably the same-ish standard. Yeah, just not to Samsung because they don't follow the proper rules. Sausage rolls from Durham. Okay, mate. County Durham. Oh, strips of newspaper. Okay, yeah, that's the. I haven't even got that luxury. Oh, I'm not going into that. I'm not going into details on that one. Outdoor toilet. When we moved in, when me and well, no, my wife already had the house. Okay. When I moved in with my wife, um, the house in Lancaster still had an outhouse with, I think there was three. There was literally, right. This is a two up, two down terrace house in Lancaster, and it had an outhouse with three toilets in it. Well, two up, two down. You couldn't get more than four people in the house, and that would have been a shocker. Um, Three toilets. Oh, Hexham about 40 minutes away. You said mining country as well. Yeah, well, Barnsley's not exactly. Well, not anymore. Darfield, where I was, Darfield, Maine, was still going up until the miners' strike. I don't know how much longer it lasted after. I wasn't there. They had subtitles in America. What, for Kes? You'd need them. Was that the selling point? Well, all the toilets. No, the actually when like I said, my wife bought it shortly before we met, and it was actually on the survey that building had to come down. That was part of like the mortgage deal. I think they gave 2 years to get rid of it, something like that. Your gran lived in one room. My mum did at the end. One room plus kitchen and downstairs toilet. And down south, yeah, well, they would. I mean, as soon as you start with your these and thous and, shut the cake oil and all of that. I watched it again not long ago. I downloaded it. It might even still be on the phone. I might have moved it across to a pen drive for storage. But yeah. And I actually, so here's one. Just outside Lancaster, there's a village called Bolton-le-Sands. And I was teaching an older lady how to use computers when she got a friend got her a laptop and got her online. And she wanted some lessons. And she had been Colin Welland's English teacher. And yeah, so that was to jump the Pennines and then end up, I'm teaching the teacher of Colin Welland, the actor and writer bod. They did indeed. They killed a bird. Or are you saying that they did in real life as well? I hope not. But yeah, that the plot. That's the plot, isn't it? But when you look at that film and the era that it's portraying, and him and his brother sharing a bed. They weren't just in the same bedroom, were they? I think they were sharing a bed. Small, those small houses. Yeah. I'm trying to finish my coffee so that I can get on the beer. Spoilers. Yeah, if you need spoilers for a 60-year-old film, yeah, don't tell. Yeah, the PE teacher. Yeah. Yeah. Is it too soon? What year was it made? About 60, 65, 68? Somewhere around there. Don't know. And I can't look anything up because as soon as I leave the YouTube app, the stream ends. 69. Okay. I was. Did I go from 68 to 70? Did I straddle the? No, I went 66, 68, didn't I? I was just a little under. So I would have been alive at that time. There you go. Only just. And didn't the lad? He didn't. I don't think he did any other acting after, did he? Oh, Glover. Yeah, Brian Glover was the PE teacher. Okay, Brian Glover. Yeah. I think when I put it on. I was here and I was watching it, and I probably snoozed a little bit through bits. Yeah, Brian Glover is another Barnsley, or there or thereabouts. Wasn't he? He was a wrestler, wasn't he? In his day. I think that's right. Before he was an actor. Aye. Okay, guys. Wrestler, yeah. That's what I thought. Let me get this finished. And I've got to get this all trimmed off. I've got to take I'm going to take the hedge trimmers to it tomorrow because I'm starting to struggle just drinking coffee. Since I got my teeth kicked out, I got a little bit of nerve damage this corner of my mouth, and stuff just leak out of it, and then it's all just running down the beard and dripping onto the t-shirt. She's kicking me. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. You have a nice run in your sleep. Have a nice run in your sleep, babe. That's okay. You can kick me as much as you want. That's okay. That's my girl. Having a run. I'll put that up and out the way. Remove the beard hair from the mouth. And crack open a can, folks. Let's get this show on the road. If you haven't already, you might like to consider. If you're lurking, if you're watching and you haven't subscribed and you want to join in the chat, feel free to just hit the subscribe button, join in with us in the chat, and you can unsubscribe tomorrow or whenever. It's all okay. Cheers, folks. Cheers to the subscribers. Cheers to everyone who's here Just helping a tramp pass some time. What's the tipple today? It is Emdbrow again. EMDBR, A with an umlaut and a U. I think it's umlaut. We had this conversation and I never did look it up and resolve it. The dots either side of the letter at the top. I'm fairly sure that's umlaut. Shared a bed with his brother. I shared a bedroom with mine, but not a bed. We had bunk beds at one point. That would have been. Oh wow, that would have been back in Darfield. That would have been before we moved to Morecambe. After that, we had a bigger bedroom and separate beds. You know, totally separate. Okay, we got some more background. You're all off reading Wikipedia about Kez, aren't you? Ah, okay. So they deliberately upset the kid so that they get a reaction. The film industry's a wicked place, isn't it? What's the story about? What's the film where they wanted to get a reaction from a woman, so they got the actor to literally like on camera. I can't remember the name of the film or the actors involved. But yeah, for a lot of years it was debated whether it was apocryphal or not, the story. But yeah, the actress has confirmed it. We were skint. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were back in the day. You had beds. Okay, let's do the. We're off to do Monty Python now, aren't we? Going to school and it was uphill both ways and living in a shoebox. Oh, cheers, Jack Attack. When I watch this back tomorrow, I'll be able to go and get the. I'll be able to go and follow the link. I won't click it now. I'm assuming you want me to carry on with the stream for a little while longer. Sharing a bed of ferns, Int Road. Oh, that reminds me. I might have told this one in the past. Oh my God. Playing I Spy with my little eye with my granddad. We didn't have much to do with grandparents, but we were visiting this one time and something beginning with T. Fuck. We sat there, we listed everything in the house. We went through everything that began with a T. And it was Toven. The oven. Toven. At Lancashire that would be Thoven. But where I'm from it was Toven. And they had it was built into the chimney. It was part of the fireplace. Yeah. Something beginning with T. Toven. And he wasn't doing it like to be funny. He honestly didn't fucking know that wasn't a word. Fuck. We were furious with him. And especially our family didn't really talk like that. we understood it when we heard other people do it, but we were the posh, educated kind of kids. We were considered the posh kids by everybody else. I spy with my little eye something big with tea. Fucking toven. Running water and a bucket of coil to put on fire. Put your kite on before that goes out in cold. Last tango in Paris, it was indeed. It was indeed, yeah. Is that right about Linda Blair? Spinal damage because of the thing that made her sit up bolt upright quickly. That's boiled gravel for breakfast. How many of you just know this stuff, or are you off looking at Wikipedia or something now, getting the script? X boost, yeah, rated up to 600 watts. I know, but it can have damaging effects on if you forget that you've put it on and you plug normal electronics in. The X boost can do damage. I recommend keeping it turned off unless you specifically need it. What have I missed here? I've missed something somewhere, haven't I? Have I? I am in all. I'm not missing messages. I did that. When was that? One of these hangouts, I'm watching it back and there are messages there that I'd never seen, even though I specifically go in on the all messages or whatever the wording is. Why are we? What's Lurpak got to do with anything? I'm lost. You see, I'm so far behind now. I'm losing context with some of the. Does anybody know what the initial draw? What is when a freezer kicks in and the compressor kicks in? What roughly speaking would be the initial draw? Would 600 watts be enough? A small one, like when you've got a fridge freezer that are separate, not the one unit. Because I'd be kicking myself if I could have made that one work from the other week, and I didn't. It was immaculate. It's out and by the bin, and it's shiny bright fuck off white. I came back, got the EcoFlow, went over. Like I said, I thought it was a fridge, and when I opened it and saw the three plastic drawers, and I knew then that it was a freezer. But I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll plug it in and see, and it overloaded the EcoFlow. It came up with a whatever the error message was. But yeah, Tuvan, yeah, from Hull, okay, Kingston upon Hull. With your own telephone company, with different coloured boxes. Not that it matters anymore because Kingston Communications, isn't it? Or it used to be. Granted to them by Queen Victoria, I think, the right to run their own independent telephone company. Rediffusion Telly. Oh, yeah, channel. There was only 3 channels when I was a kid. We weren't renting though. We weren't doing the whole. I think was Rediffusion. Was that the rental company, or was that an actual brand? I think we had a conversation the other day. I think was it Chippy or was it Jack Attack? One of them has had the same TV as me as a kid, a Tandberg. I struggle to remember. All these days merge into one, and sometimes these chats merge into one. I can't always remember who I've had what chat with. Yeah, those they had the built-in range in the chimney. and also a back boiler for hot water for the whole house. So it's all just run from your coal fire. Yeah. Oh, the hipsters love their args and things as well, though, don't they? I don't know that they'd be bothered about having like a coal fire and having it all built into the chimney breast. I think the hipsters prefer the log burner ones, the standalone. Yeah, yeah. Permanently damaged a 14-year-old girl for a movie. That's probably not the worst thing that kind of Hollywood and whatever has done, is it? No. Well, we could get into the whole P. Diddy thing as well, couldn't we? But let's not. And now you know why it's P. Diddy, don't you? P. I'd heard of golden showers, but actually pissing in people's mouths, what the fuck's that about? Yeah, yeah. The rape scene with butter. Yeah. 600 watts is plenty. Now you're making me think that I could have had that freezer. I didn't actually try. Oh, what? I didn't have my phone on. I'd taken the EcoFlow over, but I'd not taken my phone. And you need the app to switch these features. It's pretty much all done through the app. There's nothing that you can change on the actual box itself, other than turning on and off the various, like the 12-volt car socket or the inverter. Those two buttons are the only, and then there's an on-off button where you can only turn it off after you've unplugged the solar panel. If the solar panel's plugged in and producing power, you can't even press the off button for the device itself. And whatever you do, folks, do not mess with the fucking firmware. Jesus Christ. No. I did, because I'm a computer guy. I always update firmware on things, and no, it went wrong, and their first response was pack it up and ship it back to us. I'm like, I'm a fucking tramp in a field with no money. I just spent my money on an EcoFlow. How the fuck am I going to send this back to China or wherever? I wouldn't even know. I'm in a foreign country where I don't really speak the language. I can't get out of the field because of my dog. How am I going to go into the centre of town to the post office and start pissing about trying to send back how am I going to get a parcel that big and heavy into the centre of town in the first place? What's going to happen with my dog while I do it? Where am I getting the money from to do it? And just fucking no. So I had like a 3-day argument with them about how firmware should be able to be, let me download it and put it on a pen drive, or let me download it and Bluetooth it across from my phone to the EcoFlow. And they were like, oh, I tell you what, leave your machine connected to the internet permanently. And I'm like, mate, Tramp field, there is no fucking permanent internet connection. If I walk off with my phone to walk the dog, then the EcoFlow suddenly isn't connected to the internet anymore. There is no permanent fucking connection. These things are bought specifically to be used like off-grid. That's one of or in power cuts or whatever. The idea that it has to be permanently connected to the internet is fucking preposterous. And for the app to work, you're supposed to leave like your location settings on all the time on your phone, so that China know where you are and what you're doing. But yeah, they bricked to the firmware, and their first response, and for 3 days they clung to this, their first response was package it up and post it back. And I'm like, it's an internet connected fucking device. Let's find another way. And I was getting very angry with them, it has to be said. But like ever, if you stick to your guns, yeah, sausage roll, yeah. I thought it was a fridge. It's maybe a month ago now, maybe a little bit more. I went across. How did it work? I probably went to the Chino Bazaar and bought some beers one day, maybe. And on the way back, I passed the bins and it's just there. Bright white, shiny, fuck off. Whoever's put it out, they've wiped it down immaculately. There's not a mark on it. I thought it was a fridge. So I checked that the wire was still there and that the socket was on the end, the plug was on the end. And I had a look round the back to make sure that they've not like snapped off the compressor or whatever, the mechanisms in the back. It all looked good. The cooling fins, it was all there. So I came back here, got the EcoFlow and my trolley. I've got a trolley I used to use to fetch water from the foot wash pump by the beach. I got my trolley and my EcoFlow and toddled off. Over I went, and I plugged it in, and it said overload on the screen. I thought, oh. I opened it up, and then I saw these big plastic trays, drawers is the word I'm looking for, and then I knew it was a freezer, not a fridge. Yeah, but maybe the X Boost could have made it work, but I think the X Boost, that would be okay with I think the fan, stuff like that, but sensitive electronics, if you plug certain other things in, the X Boost can break them. It messes about, it changes, how does it work? Lowers the voltage but increases the amps and allows you to do more. It does something, it manipulates them one way or the other, switches between, goes higher and lower on the voltage and amps and allows you to draw more power through than you otherwise should be able to, which is only okay for some devices, not others. You guys, you technical guys, will know more than me. I'm not electrically or electronically technical enough. Rabbit phones. Was that the name of a company? Rabbit. How far behind am I? That comment about Rabbit was made at 23:34. I'm 10 minutes behind. We might get a slight interruption in quarter of an hour, folks. My phone company, my renewal happens at midnight, my time here in Spain, 11 o'clock your time in the UK. So in quarter of an hour, there might be a momentary outage. If there is, I'll as soon as I'm reconnected, I'll step back into the app and pick it up where we left off. Chances are I'll just get some beeping on the phone. It'll just be a text message. They still send proper real text messages, SMSs, to say, woohoo, you've renewed. Now I'm trying to... Might have been tossed out because it was maybe. Okay. Don't sleep in it though. Is that the freezer? Yeah, okay. The Ready, was it Ready Fusion? It was a rental company, yeah, okay. Rental TVs. I stayed with friends in Wolverhampton. God, when would this be? Early 1990. I was in Wolverhampton when Nelson Mandela was released, which I think was the January or February of 1990. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But they still had 50p slot. You put your 50p in the back of the telly and turn a fucking as well as 50p into the slot and the back of the TV. they also had, it wasn't a coin operated meter, but, or was it? The gas. No, it wasn't the gas, it was the electric. The electric meter was coin operated still. I think it was coins rather than tokens. But anyway, one way or the other, it was a pay-as-you-go fucking gas meter and pay-as-you-go TV. You put your 50p in and it got you about 3 hours on the television. 1990. I don't remember TV sizes. I said the other week about the Tandberg TV being a big wooden cabinet. It was with a slidey door that kind of concertina or it wrapped around into the cabinet. Yeah. Change channels on the wall. Not quite. But yeah, I remember when the knobs, when the buttons on the TV were labelled BBC One, BBC Two, ITV One, ITV Two, before Channel 4 actually started and was given that name. Bloke come round and change the valves. Fuck no. That would be old. I'm not that old, but we had. I remember. I mean, we had a black and white TV until I was about 10. The Tandberg TV would have been out. I think I said last time would have been our first colour TV. Probably about 1978, if I was about 10. Plus or minus, I mean, who knows? It was Jack Attack for the TV with that cabinet and the little touch sensitive. You didn't press a button; you just touched these little sensitive sensors. Mr. Egg kicks off. I want to fuck my Costa. What's that? Costa Coaster? No. Really? In the birds, they were actually throwing live birds at the, what was she called? Oh, I knew it until I just asked myself. No, it's gone. I'll remember it at about 4 in the morning, as long as we're not on a live stream at the time. Or the pissing on people. Pissing on people's bad enough, but the P. Diddy stuff, they're pissing in each other's mouths. And they, how'd it go? He paid a rent boy type fella to piss in the woman's mouth, even though she didn't want it. It's. Where are we going now with manual install Play Store updates? In Spanish. I'm a bit lost with some of this stuff, guys. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I've missed out on a freezer there, doesn't it? Freezer would have been great. I mean, if you think about it, you run it just a couple of hours, because I wouldn't actually want to be freezing stuff. I would be using it like as a fridge. So get it cold first thing in the morning. Turn it off, unplug it, whatever, and then halfway through the day, plug it in for another half an hour or hour, and just 2 or 3 hours through the day. Just two, was that? Let me just see what that was. No, it wasn't. I thought it might have been the phone provider jumping in early. What was I saying? Yeah, no, a freezer could be used as a fridge if you're just turning it on and off selectively. It'd be a little bit manual, but it would have done the job. And I think I've probably missed out there. That's a shame. If I'd had the phone with me, I could have tried the X Boost thing. If it still didn't work, then it could have just been, it may be something wrong with the freezer itself. But chances are it's just my EcoFlow being underpowered or in normal mode being underpowered. X Boost could have worked. Just didn't have the phone with me, guys. I took the EcoFlow in a trolley. What more do you think you need? It's great though. Can you imagine when we were kids? You imagine the idea of just picking up. Oh yeah, there's a big electric piece of equipment in the middle of the road. Let's go home, bring out this box and plug it in and see test whether it works. Rather than bringing the freezer back here to test whether it works, come back, get the box, go back and test it just live in the street and without running big noisy petrol generators or diesel generators or anything. Couldn't have imagined it as a kid. You couldn't have imagined mobile phones. Not when I was a kid anyway, born in 68, so, child of the 70s really. Initial surge could be as high as 1100 watts. Yeah, they wouldn't have got anywhere near that. Now we're throwing about equations. Volts equals IR. I can't remember. I don't know the letters. Is it? I don't know. I did all that in physics once upon a time and rearranging the equations and stuff, but I don't remember. One of them's current and one of them's something else. Resistance? That can't be right, can it? I don't know. Rabbit phones are a type of mobile phone that you have to stand next to a rabbit symbol to get a signal. Oh, okay. So it's like part mobile phone, part call box. You got a. That's the thing that we've lost, folks. When someone makes a fucking call out in public, you want to put a fucking box around them just so the rest of us don't have to listen to the fucking thing. The number of people that walk up and down this road on their phone, and they're not holding it next to their head, they're holding it flat in front of them like this and talking into that end. But some of them, 200 metres that way, 150 metres that way, however far it is, the bus stop, and people are sat there at the bus stop on their phone, and I'm in bed and it can be like fucking midnight, and I'm listening to their bloody conversation from up at the bus stop on the main road. I want to put a fucking red call box around them just so I don't have to listen to the bastards. You'd get a rebate of 50 pences from the Y. Coin power shower. We had an electric shower in the house. Always seemed like a really dodgy combination to me. Electrics and water. What could possibly go wrong? "1970s TV still had valves." Really? I had no idea. we didn't get any. Didn't valves do all the whistling and pops and stuff? But we had that. You know, when you turn the TV off and the picture shrank down to a dot in the middle and carried on glowing for fucking 30 seconds or so afterwards. After the national anthems played, obviously, at 11 o'clock at night, because the government and the BBC have decided that it's 11 o'clock, you've all got to go to fucking bed. Do you remember when like 24-hour TV? I remember when breakfast TV started, and that was something. So like when on the BBC would come on at like 6 in the morning with Frank Boff and Selena Scott. Frank Boff with his whips and cocaine and prostitutes. And then at like 9 o'clock it would turn off again. And then it would come on for a couple of hours with schools programs, educational stuff. And then it goes off until the news, and then Pebble Mill at 1, or Pebble Mill at 1 and then the news, and then maybe Andy Pandy or something would be on after it. Andy Pandy or the Flumps. Let's not go off on kids TV again. We've done that one a few times recently already, haven't we? Where are we? Jessica Tandy, is that the actress with the basically the sexual assault on camera? Just because the director wanted to get a realistic reaction. TV Hedron was the birds, yeah. 4 in the morning. I'm not clicking that link. I'll play this back tomorrow, and I will go through the links. I was going to say Chippy then. It was Jack Attack, wasn't it? I equals current, R equals raisin. Current and resistance, yeah, okay. Why the letter I then? I don't know why. I'm always baffled by the choice of letters in some of these formulae that get thrown around. Like, you know, E equals mc squared. C squared for C for the speed of light. Just because A and B had already been used for something else is what I was told at some point. I don't know. I see that's a modern thing. We didn't when I was there was none of those cards for the ladies of the night back in the day. Oh, I thought you were telling me to shut the fuck up then, Phil. I thought, what have I done? I got you. You're talking about the phone calls on the top of the road. Yeah, yeah. The Big Breakfast. That was Channel 4's with Johnny, whatever. Well, when it was Chris Evans first, the English Chris Evans, the little ginger bloke, not the Captain America bloke. That was a Big Breakfast. The BBC's might have just been called. Was it just called Breakfast TV? And ITV had Good Morning Britain with Anne Diamond and Nick somebody or other. Although that might not have been the initial lineup. That was the one that do you remember that Roland Rat was their saviour? They were going under as a TV station or as a program, and Roland Rat saved Good Morning Britain. Oh, where are we going here, guys? We're bordering on kids TV again. Don't forget to unplug your set. Okay, well, before that, do you remember the advert with the bedtime routine? People dancing around the house and unplugging every device in the house, and literally called it a bedtime routine. See, Pob, here we go. We've done the kids' TV a few weeks ago. You weren't here. You weren't here, Mr. Eggcake. You weren't here. Um, Mr. Motivator and Lizzie Webb and didn't the BBC have, what was she called in green? Mr. Motivator, yeah. Didn't he cropped up on something the other day? I saw him on something. I can't remember. Wasn't he? No, he wasn't. Was that someone else? Who was married to Sharon Davis? Was that Chris Akabusi? Or was that Mr. Motivator? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember. Sharon Davis was a babe. Rusty Lee, the Caribbean cook, laughed herself. And wasn't she running a whorehouse? She was a madam or something. Rusty Lee, I'm fairly sure. Okay, someone else says Dusty. I'd go with Rusty. Johnny Vaughan was, yeah. Gabby Rosalind? Ross. And then it was Denise Van Outen. Denise Van Outen as later on. What's the surrogate mother comment? Oh, hasn't she got? Didn't she have about 8 kids? Roland Rat. I was about to say Boom Boom, but that's Basil Brush. Kevin the Gerbil. Okay, here we go. Look, Roland Rat fucked on Diamond. Rusty Lee was the cook. Okay. Diane Moran, the green. I was going to say Green Goddess, but that's an army fire engine, isn't it? Isn't it? A military fire engine was a Green Goddess, no? What? Rusty Lee and Madam. Fairly sure if one of you can look that up, I'm fairly sure she was done for running a house of ill repute and some sort of call girl service. Hold on, where are we going with Derek? Is that a Basil Brush thing? That sounds like a Basil Brush reference. Yeah, rap fans. Okay. And the other thing that saved them, within the Roland Rat program, they did there was it like a Mr. Pac-Man cartoon? Something like that, Pac-Man or Pac-Girl or something. There was a cartoon. You love her even more now. Okay. I'm caught up, folks. I've all caught up with the chat. Now I've got nothing to talk about. I'm sure we've got new people rolling in and out all the time. If you haven't, folks, please consider it. It's appreciated. Look at that. I say that and they run away. If you want to take part in chat, you do need to be a subscriber. But you can subscribe today and then unsubscribe later today or tomorrow, whatever. It's just an anti-spam measure. But rapping, he did. Derek Redmond, was it, for Sharon Stone? Okay. Why did I think Chris Akabusi then? Don't know. Mr. Eggcake's not subscribed. Did I not set? I'm fairly sure I set the setting. Derek Griffiths. He was great. I like Derek Griffiths. I've got a distinct memory. Here's one of those ones. I've got a distinct memory of him getting called out for inappropriate behaviour. Kiddie TV presenter, if you know where I'm going. And now there's no record of it anywhere. I've been, what do they call that effect, where you misremember, or where people swear that the world changed? I've got a clear recollection of, and he disappeared for like 20 years. He just wasn't on TV anywhere. And then he came back. Yeah. But I've got this distinct recollection. It's almost as bad as Ray Butch Wilkins, the footballer. He's dead now, I believe. But it was news headlines that he was gay. Hence the Butch nickname. And now I can't find any trace of it. But I've got this distinct memory of a newspaper front page and a double page spread inside. It's like it never fucking happened. I can't remember the something effect. I can't remember what they call it when you Mandela effect. That's right, because everybody remembers Nelson Mandela dying. Is it supposed to be? But now I remember him walking out of that prison and walking up the road in, like I said, January or February of 1990. So, yeah. Isn't it also, everyone remembers that guy in Tiananmen Square getting run over by a tank? But he didn't, I don't think. He stood in front of it and waved a flag. And Bob Holness and Baker Street, saxophone, and yeah, that's apocryphal, isn't it? Yeah. I'll have a pee, please, Bob. Oh yeah, that was great. I saw the first episode of Blockbusters. I'd moved away from Darfield. We'd moved to Morecambe, and I went back to visit a friend in I think it was the summer holidays. And that weekend or week while we were there, we saw the first episode of Blockbusters, and we saw the first episode of Spitting Image. That was quite the weekend. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Where do we go? I'm lost again. I'll have a wank, please, Bob. You failed the audition for Blockbusters. I'll have a wank, please, Bob. Okay. Oh, we're losing viewers, I think. Am I boring you all? Or is it just getting late? Not something on my face. Not just my glasses. Oh, guys, I used to have perfectly good eyesight. Not that long ago. But now I wear these reading glasses all the time, or almost all the time. And now I can't see a thing without. I can see on the screen here, I've got a white bar across with the pinned message. There's a yellow block, which is presumably my channel name, my name, and then there's some squiggle. I cannot read. I cannot read a single thing on that screen without the glasses. That's how bad my eyes are deteriorating. And I think it's because I'm wearing the reading glasses all the time. Yeah, even in bed 24 hours, because I might have to get up and fucking run about and jump about and go and hit somebody or something. Sausage rolls can't see things close up. Reach. Which one's short-sighted? I never did get my head around the wording of these things. Short-sighted when you can see things up close or when you can't. I look like David Bellamy without your glasses. That's not a bad. Did he? There was no scandal with Bellamy, was there? Don't tell me. Don't ruin my childhood. But when he's dead, isn't he? Was there a scandal? Wasn't. I hope there's no whips and hookers and cocaine involved there, or worse, the. Okay, long-sighted. You can't see things up close. So you can see long. You can. I don't know. I've just got half a recollection of something, and I hope not, because I hate the fact that so much of my childhood is ruined. Climate denier, was he? Oh, that would have been a scandal in its own right. But do we go here? Or are we touching on politics? I'm not a denier, but I'm a little bit skeptic on the climate thing. I'm not convinced. Yeah, well, that's where I would put myself. Do we want to have this conversation? We probably don't. We probably want to stay away from. I mean, it's half science, half politics, isn't it? Whoa, you are David Bellamy. No, we don't want to have this conversation. Is that what Mr. Kick's saying? I think that's fair enough. I think that's probably the right answer. But the whole Rolf Harris thing and Rolf Harris, I mean, I was never really a big Jim will fix it fan, but I did watch it. Jim will fix it for you and you and you. And he was always there on top of the pops as well, wasn't he? And on the radio, actually on radio programs on Radio 1. And he was also iconic because of all the comedians that would do jingle, jingle, jangle, jangle, jewelry, jewelry kind of imitations. All of the impersonators would do these guys. So much of your childhood now you're not allowed to kind of have. You'll probably never be able to look back and find an episode of the stylophone. Yeah, that was Rolf, wasn't it? Yeah, so much of that now that you're kind of not even allowed to look back on. Jingle jangle, jewelry. Yeah. I think he even did it himself as a piss take at times. That whole. Oh, and then you've got the this is the age of the train. I mean, and you've got clunk click every trip. That was him as well, I think. He was everywhere, and everyone thought what a hero he was because he did all that marathon running for charity, for kids charities and Great Ormond. No, Stoke Mandeville Hospital, spinal units and stuff. Was it Great Ormond Street as well? I can't remember. But all of that has now got such a cloud over it. Yeah. Don't get too maudlin. Topics, folks, topics. Give me something where I can take us on a journey with tangents from tangents. No, finger in front of the camera. Sorry, folks. I'm terrible for it. I don't know why this is not configurable. Why can I not put the chat on this side and have this silly little toolbar that I hardly ever use over on that side? Why is this shit not configurable? In fairness to YouTube, twice today I've managed to create live streams and it has used the appropriate thumbnail that I provide. The big fiery hole in Turkmenistan. I've got no idea. Tell me, talk to me. Is this one of those underground coal fire things that burns forever? Is that where we're going? I don't even know where Turkmenistan is. I mean, I can guess from the name that it's somewhere over that way. Eastern Europe bordering Russia or wherever somewhere, but south of Doncaster. Yeah. It's certainly east of Doncaster, isn't it? But oh, itchy nose. Talk to me, sausage roll. Tell me about Turkmenistan and the big fiery hole. Otherwise, I'm going to have to talk about Lewis Rossman and where he's been going this week. The Davaja gas crater, Turkmen Garagum, okay, also known as the Door of Hell or Gates of Hell. Officially, the Shining of Karakum is a burning natural gas field collapsed. Okay, Rotherham. Is this? Are you going where I think you're going there, Mr. Red Cake? It's the Istan thing, is it? Okay. Rotherham. Yeah. Okay. I heard a noise. I'm not good at locating sounds. I heard footsteps and I thought it was this side, but it's on the track. We're okay. I think that was last Sunday, was it? Where Matey Boy came strolling through the fucking field at 12:30, 1 in the morning. The Spanish guy that lives the other side of the field. The fires illuminate the floor and rim of the crater. Burning since the 80s. Wow. Oh, they set it on fire deliberately to stop poisonous gases spreading. Wow. There's a huge hole. Let's set fire to the fuck. Isn't there? Where's that at? Hold on. There's somewhere around water, so there's a lake or something, and every now and again, like an entire village got killed. They like the entire village are just dead next to this lake because it just gave off gas. I don't know whether it was just one time or if it's periodically. I think it's periodically because I think other people have gone and camped around the lake at times and they just get found dead. So if you do get one of these places that where gas comes out and sits and hovers, if it's a heavier than air kind of gas, it could either be poisonous and kill everyone by being a poison, or it can just be a gas that sits and hovers and obviously stops you getting oxygen because you're not getting a normal breathing. So yeah, scientists, it's for safety reasons. We just had to set fire to it. No disconnect, and even more eerie, I don't think I've had a plink. I haven't had any noise. asphyxiant. That would be the type of thing we're looking at, although the spelling looks off. But yeah, yeah. There's I can't remember whether was it in Russia. There's a yeah this gas periodically, like once every 10 years or something. I don't know, and anybody who's like camping around the lake are just they wake up dead the next day. You know, hyperbole, obviously. They don't wake up; they're dead. And the next set of campers who come along find, you know, find half a dozen dead people next to a lake. Yeah. Nope. Nowhere near the scroll. Is that a good tangent to go up? Well, so here's the thing. Are we saying that they could put this fire out if they wanted? Like if you did a Red Adair type thing, you set a big explosion, create the oxygen, the lack of oxygen, fire goes out. Could they put it out if they want, or they don't want to put it out because of the deadly gases? I don't know. I know that there are some uh, coal fields that are alight in some places in the world. I think America's got one somewhere, and so you've got an underground fire burning away for decades, but they don't want that to burn away. That's one of these uncontrollable things that they can't get on top of. Um, so yeah, you do get these things. There's one near Newcastle on fire. Really? How long's it been on fire or burning? I guess it's more slow than a fire, isn't it? Because it's going slowly. Like when you add a block of charcoal to the embers of a barbecue. It doesn't necessarily burst into flames and be a fire. It just sits there and singes away for a while and gradually disappears, gradually burns away and becomes an ember itself. Uh, yeah, don't know, folks. Don't know. I know nothing about coal fields on fire in Britain. It was a good topic. I don't know if I can go tangents from it. You can help me maybe. Disused mine. Limnic eruption. What does limnic mean? Is that the name of a gas? Here we go. I think this must be the one then. This must be the one I've heard of. So it wasn't Russia after all. I do talk a load of shit at times, folks. I got half an idea of half a thing I once heard 20 years ago, kind of thing. Burning for 5 years could continue for several more, said Gateshead Council. Oh, look, a huge hole. Let's set fire to the fucker for a laugh. Yeah, okay. How did it jump back that far? I didn't scroll there. Oh, it's done it again. It's took me back to the same spot. It's been burning for bloody years. Hold on, have I missed? Yeah, I think I. Well, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, a limnic eruption, also known as a lake overturn, is a rare natural disaster where a lake suddenly releases a large amount of dissolved gases, primarily carbon dioxide, creating a deadly gas cloud. Yeah, and because it's because it's carbon dioxide, it's going to just sit there, isn't it? It's going to sit heavy on the ground. And yeah, whole village is dead, did it say? It's, it's got a mind of its own right now. Nearly 1,750 people and 3,500 livestock. Wow. And that's just, so this is just gas that's dissolved in the water. It's not like there's a chamber under the lake that collapses, releasing the gas. It is just dissolved in the water and gets let out for some... What would trigger that then? Why would that... What are the environmental circumstances that would trigger all dissolved gas to just come out of the water? That's... that doesn't sound right, does it? I'm going more with like, you know, they think they solved the Bermuda Triangle, that it was like caverns under the sea. There'd be caverns with trapped gas, and when the roof of the cavern or the floor of the sea collapses in, and the gas comes out, and water with gas dissolved in it or gas bubbling in it is less buoyant. So a boat on the surface would then suddenly not float on the top of the water. So that's the leading theory at the minute for the whole Bermuda Triangle thing. Okay, earthquake or landslide, dissolved CO2 can suddenly escape. Yeah, that's more what I'm... Yeah, like I said, I'm thinking it's more caverns of gas under the water that get like a collapse of the roof of the cavern. Gas comes out, bubbles up. That would have been my... If I shook it. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd... I wonder if that is the... I wonder if that... the where did we say? It wasn't Colombia, was it? Where was it? Cameroon. Cameroon. I wonder if that's the one that I was thinking of and that I'd heard of, or if it was something else. But you do get those things, don't you? You do get... What's the bizarre one? Some people in a mountain pass, like a whole bunch of... It's like a big mystery of how did they die? Oh, I'm gonna go off now on one. I don't even remember the detail. I don't even remember enough of it to give you a hint for you to find it. But it's one of these big unsolved mysteries of what happened to these people. Where did they go, or how did they die? Or you want to go about missing people and where did they go? You've got the whole fucking Marie Celeste thing, haven't you? An abandoned boat with nobody on it. I don't know how big the boat was, but that's another one of those unsolved mysteries. That was ghost ships. Yeah, you got that whole... Did Scorpion TV series have methane gas leak episode? Probably. That was a good TV series, but it's bollocks. The idea that there's this one guy with an IQ, what was it, like 50% more than Einstein or something, and he just goes around consulting on this, that, and the other, with his other what's the word I'm looking for? Other savant kind of friends. They've all got issues, and they all chip in and help. It was entertaining. I enjoyed it, but it's That sounds like the one, Phil. Dyatlov Pass incident in Russia. That sounds like the thing that I was half. I can't possibly have given you enough information to get there. What was the details of it? They either didn't find them or they find them and they've all got horrendous injuries that nobody can explain. There we go. Enhorabuena. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that was my phone renewal plink. 12:30. 9 hikers died. I think Critical Drink, is it Critical Drinker that was fascinated by it as well? I think so. Quite possibly. The Mary Celeste was 100 foot by 25 foot. Let me convert. 30 meters by 8 ish. 30 meters. How big's that? 30 by 8. So twice as wide as this tent. And okay. How long did we say? 30 meters. So 4 times as long as this tent and two and a bit times as wide. How many people would crew a boat that big then? What are we looking at? 8 people, 10 people? What's the, maybe more, I don't know. Walter O'Brien, who has an IQ of 197. He's supposedly, well, he is a real person, but most of the things that he's claimed to have done and consulted on and whatever, I think have been debunked when people looked into it. There's a lot of overstating and hyperbole. Sly and the Family Stone Lake episode. Doesn't ring any bells. I remember the one where there was a kid. He wasn't down a well. He was by the sea, and there was some kind of collapse, and he was stuck down a some kind of hole that had opened up and closed up again over him. I mean, that was, like I said, it was an entertaining enough program. I did enjoy it. But did you see the one where Sly was Sly? That's the big lad, yeah. Did you see the one where they wanted to get into some kind of games exposition or exhibition, and basically he said, look, if I can kill this many in 30 seconds, will you let us all in? And he does it, and they're all like, oh my god, we've never seen anything like it. And then one of them says, disconnected. So he kills however many of the baddies in however many seconds, and everyone's like, oh, we've never seen anything like it. And then someone says, oh no, actually we have. Do you remember that time? And there's this really famous kid who did it once, and it was him 10 years earlier or whatever. Dog rescue. It's not Skippy, the boy's fallen down the well. Johnny's fallen down the well. Quick, this way. Yeah, if Skippy, Lassie and Flipper could have all teamed up, you would have had the next set of Avengers, wouldn't you? Somebody should do that. That should be the, yeah, Skippy the bush kangaroo, Lassie, and Flipper. They should all team up and Maybe you could add the littlest hobo or someone in there as well. Fuck. Nearly empty, folks. Whoa! I knocked my... There we go. Middle setting. Let's have a go. Yeah. Oh! Get the coffee down, ready for the next flipper as well. Yeah, you gotta have the full team. You gotta have them full. They've all got to team up. It might, in fairness, it might have to be some kind of animation. I can't imagine. Whoa! The stupid clicks from the yeah. Columbo's fantastic. Yeah. Such a great detective to discover America like that as well, eh? Morse code. They had Morse code at the beginning of Inspector Morse. It gives a clue every week, apparently. Oh, maybe tomorrow. Little Sobo. You're right. I did miss it. I was a bit slow. Yeah. You'd have to add in as well. What was the little car called? The kids program with the little, was it a blue and yellow car that drove itself around, having little adventures? I mean, this would be in the 90s probably now. So I'm probably, what would I have been? 30 odd watching that. Brum, that was the one. Yeah. Okay. We got to get this. This is a collaboration that needs to happen. It might have to be an animation though for the dolphin, the kangaroo, all the dogs, and the car with the headlights. Yeah. It's the sequel that nobody was looking for. Okay. We got a car coming along, pipping its horn at everybody. I will just finish this. I do have a sack over there, a bin bag, but it's pointed in the wrong direction. I can't reach it from here. I wonder who or what he was pipping at. Is he pipping at everybody? Champion, the Wonder Horse. Yeah. Only if we can bring Rebel along with him, though. The German Shepherd. I loved that program as a kid. I knew somebody was going to throw in the Tomorrow People before long. I was thinking it myself, but the Tomorrow People had 2 or 3 distinct generations, didn't it? Well, they did a remake. What, 5 or 6 years ago, maybe, with that lad that couldn't keep his top on. He was always taking his shirt off. But Casey Jones, I don't know Casey Jones. Was this someone in the Tomorrow People, or is this a different program? I remember what the Tomorrow People. There's one in the 60s or 70s, and then they remade it in the 90s with a lad out of Neighbours. And then the Americans had a go a few years ago with this bloke that couldn't keep his kit on. Literally every episode he had to do the whole, oh, my shirt's wet, quick, get it off. And he's got the 6-pack and you know. I wonder what audience they were aiming that at. We always end up back on the kids' TV programs. It's only a matter of time before someone throws in an Airwolf, a Street Hawk, a Knight Rider, and an A-Team. And it was me, I just did it. There you go. Children of the Stones, that's a new one on me. Automan, I love Automan. It's on the cusp of weird science and yeah, it's that if we can have a big computer and we give it enough power, then things will become real. Yeah. Was that her name? The blonde curly haired lady in Magpie? And there was the bloke in Magpie that looked like Kevin Keegan. Everyone had that same perm, didn't they, at the time? Manimal, that's fantastic. Simon McCorkindale. Cursor, yeah, in Automan. Cursor. Drawing cars and they just become real because the computer's got enough power? What? Actually explain it. If you feed either enough electricity or just enough computing power into something, then you draw a picture and it becomes real. Cursor was a cheeky little one as well, though. He was always trying to get like down the tops of the ladies and what have you, and kind of 3D printed in real time, yeah, with light. Draw an outline and make a sound effect, and it just becomes real because, yeah, why not? That's how they use. Oh God, I'm gonna embarrass myself now by not being able to think of the words. Yeah, no, I haven't got it at all. It's gone entirely. When you build stuff up from the ground with atoms, when you're cars and helicopters and speedboats and all sorts, yeah, motorbikes, it could all just be made. Not nanotech. What's the word I'm looking for, guys? Quantum. It's not quite there. Fuck. I hate it when I can't connect the dots. If you could move atoms, not necessarily atoms, that's a little small. There are two ways to go, aren't there? You can start with something big and shave off the bits you don't want, or you can build it up molecule by molecule or atom by atom, which is what they're talking about with nanotech and whatever. And I still haven't quite got the right word, I don't think. Although nanotech might be where I was going. Nano. Oh, I hate it when it doesn't link up. I don't even remember where I was going with it now. Nanoforming, yeah, it's that kind of stuff. Yeah. Ab initio. Okay, from the beginning. Yeah, if you could build stuff up. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, when they do that in like in Marvel and what have you, it starts off with Iron Man is building his suit out of lumps of metal and what have you, and it ends up with it just forming around them and just and it just grows out of nowhere. So yeah, I guess nanotech's the closest I'm going to get. I'm sure it's not the right word I was thinking of, but yeah. I guess one day we might get where stuff could just be formed on the fly like that and in a reasonable time. But nan forming. Okay, yeah. Who's making the dad jokes now? That's sausage roll. That's normally Jack Attack's roll. Is the Well, it's okay, babe. It's okay. Hey. You're okay. Oh, it's okay. Don't headbutt me. It's okay. Can you see her? Here we go. Look. I'm talking to the peoples over here. Look. Hey, Tina. It's okay, babe. I've got you. Daddy's okay. Tina's okay. We're all okay. It's just a firework, babe. I know you're shaking. I know you don't like it. It's okay, babe. It's okay. It's okay. Can I get a kiss? Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. No kisses for Daddy. No kisses. You're just gonna cuddle and hide behind me. The Spanish and their fireworks, folks. The Spanish and their fireworks. I don't know how well that was picked up by the camera on the phone. Picked up by the microphone. Mentioned sausage rolls and she wakened. No, it was the Small World. That was the robot girl, yeah, living next door to the little boy. Hold on. Which way round was it? Who was the robot, the boy or the girl? I can't remember. Yeah. Whoa. You've fallen off the bed, darling. Come here. You can't be in the gutter down the side of the bed. Okay, I'll cuddle the back. I get to cuddle the backside, folks. Here we go. Babe, where we going? Where we going? Oi, come here. Come here. Come here. Come to Daddy. Come on. I got you. I got you. The people can't see you though, Tina. The people can. Let's see whether we can get you. Oh, no. No, no. Oh, I'm putting my. You can just see her eyes. No, you can't. It's her collar. Oh well. She's spooked by the fireworks. The girl was the robot. Vicky? Question mark. Could have been. Could have been. Metal Mickey. Yeah, I liked Metal Mickey. With his robot voice and his big ears, wasn't it? And the humans were all plonkers as well, weren't they? They were a very strange family or yeah. Buck Rogers with Tweaky. Twiggy was the face of the 60s. I think she Irene Handel, yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah. She got everywhere, yeah. Hey, babe. Still not get a kiss? No kisses for Daddy. ¿Por qué no besitos para papi? Huh? ¿Por qué no besitos? From my little Spanish girl. That's a nice cuddle. You can't see, but I'm just tickling her nose and between her eyes. Relax her. We got voice. I think there's a little kiosk, a little bar on the road, a German bar, and I think they've still got customers there, and it might have been them that were setting the firework off. They've suddenly gone very talkative and loud. What you talking about, Willis? Different strokes. Yeah, the white guy, Mr. I want to say Harrington, but that doesn't sound right. No. Was the actor called Todd? The eldest lad? Was he called Todd in the program, or was the actor called Todd? He came with a sticky end, didn't he? Drugs and prison and all sorts. TV in the 70s and 80s was. TV in the. Let me just have a quick look at that. In case it's. Oh, no. Can't scroll. There's a BBC headline stuck there in the way, and it's stopping me see whatever just came in. 70s and 80s TV was brilliant. Right the way through from like $6 Million Man, Wonder Woman. What were the two reasons that everybody loved that program? Wonder Woman. Bionic Woman as well, obviously, Lindsay Wagner. I watched all those a while back. I downloaded I downloaded the entire $6 Million Man and Bionic Woman. I think there was a folder in there that I didn't get to because Matey Girl with the big nose was the Bionic Girl. That's going to annoy me. Speed. The bus with Keanu. What was the girl? Miss Congeniality and all that. Rumbold. Close. Unless you're going with Are You Being Served. But Reggie Perrin, that was a good one. Yeah, the sister ended up doing porn and stuff. I think she might have ended up dead as well. Leonard Rossiter. Yeah. And what was the supermarket one that he did when he died? And Russ Abbott or Bruce Forsyth stepped in to finish off the run. Mrs. Slocum and her pussy, yeah. Sandra Bullock, good God, why can I not get there? The synapses fire, but they don't connect. I think there's something wrong with me. Grot Shop. Now you're making me think of Grot Bags, which takes us on to Rod Hull and Emu. Didn't he die trying to fix a TV aerial so he could watch a Man United match? He did. That's not a good way to go. Drummond, Mr. Drummond, different strokes. What did I say initially? I was nowhere near. I'll watch it back tomorrow and kick myself for how wrong I am. Rod Hull and Emu, yeah. I have to be careful when I say Rod Hull because I'll often go with Roy Hood instead. Roy Hood from the News Hoodlines and what was the variety show on the stage? Like an old time musical and oh, come on, guys. You'd have comedians and singers and they're on a stage. It's like an old time. One of you have got it already, probably. Oh, you're on Roy Castle. Okay, Roy Castle I liked. Record Breakers. That and one of the Doctor Who films. Is that all he ever did? I don't know him from anything else, I don't think. Record Breakers, and he was one of the Doctor's assistants in one of the films, I think. Yeah, fell off the roof. Yeah, Rod Hull. Rod Hull and Emu. But what was the? Come on, we haven't got the show where they're like doing cabaret. Comedians, singers, dancers, good old days. Is that it? The good old days. I'm not sure that's the right word. With Peter Cushing, you think for Roy Castle with the Doctor? Could well be. Could well be. Wasn't Bernard Cribbins in one of those as well? Walking with Birds is back. Hello, hello. Pink one windmill. Is this your are we back with Emu? With grot bags. There's somebody at the door. There's somebody at the door. I think that's where you're going. Walking with Birds just flew here. All the way from Germany. Hey, you. It's okay. Stop panting. You can relax now. It was a one-off. One firework. And it's done and dusted. And I woke you up. We're having a nice dream. Is Tina having a nice dream? Not an ice cream. a nice dream. It's okay, relax. She's still spooked. Can we get you? We can't get you on camera, can we? We can't get you on camera, and if I did that, my hand will be in the way. Job's fucked on always round. Can I get you on camera? Almost. Just not quite. Nope. Nice try, but fail. The good old days. It could have been that. Bernard Cribbins, yeah, he was in well, he was in the reboots, wasn't he? He was Donna Noble's grandfather, I think. And the doctor died to save him. Did he? Yeah. Catherine Tate's granddad. Yeah, Donna Noble, the character. Yeah. She's still lovely. Tina or Catherine Tate? I am waving my finger around in front of the camera a lot. Where are we going with that? My name's Katrina. I'm lost, but okay. Mr. Egg Cake. Oh, where you going, babe? You're kicking me again. It's okay. It's okay. Hey. I'm slouching, folks. I'm slouching. Ordinarily wouldn't be a problem, but it just tends to cause the underwear to turn into dental floss and garrot my crown jewels. Cheers, folks. It's still quite hot. Oh, it tastes a little bit bitter. What's that? Maybe for too much coffee in. Daleks, Invasion Earth 2150. Cribbins or Castle? Cheers, folks. Yeah. Tina's still lovely, even though you can't see her properly. She's moved away from me a little bit now. I could probably. Oh, I just realised I've unplugged. How long ago did I unplug that? Remind me in a minute. I'll have to plug that back in. I'm just gonna see now that she's awake. I'm gonna see if she'll let me do this. Look, there she is. But again, I end up with the rump. I end up cuddling this end while that end disappears away. She'll end up going back down to her little elephant friend down there. Her little toy. Let me turn the camera back off. Turn the camera off. Turn the fucking flash. Turn the light off. And turn the camera back around. I get there in the end, folks. I speak gibberish half the time. I don't know what I'm talking about the other half, and the synapses don't fire, and I can't join the dots half the time. But there we go. I get the farty. Oh God, the other day she was so farty, and a little bit earlier today. I thought maybe we'd had an accident inside, and that she'd dropped a load. It was so stinky. But normally not so much. Sane man, sorry. Davros. Yeah. Yeah. Davos. Sounds Greek, doesn't it? Could you imagine if the creator of the Daleks had been a Greek, like a Stavros or a I don't know. That could have been funny. I get the fatty and I do indeed dog eggs. Yeah. Roy Castle was in Doctor Who in the Dalek. Okay. A compilation of Mr. Bean skits it's on New Year's. Okay. Here in Spain and I think some other parts of Europe, they watch, I think at Christmas rather than New Year. There's what's the program? Is it called Dinner for One? But there's this little old lady and her butler, and there are places set around the table for other people, but they've all died, so the chairs are all just like tilted in, and basically the butler's running around pouring drinks for all these people that aren't there, and then the little old lady's drinking it. No, the butler's drinking it all, and there's a tiger's like a tiger skin rug or something, a bear skin rug maybe, and he keeps tripping up over the head of the. It's only a short thing, about 10 minutes long, but they go wild for it over here. They're mad about it. I think it's called Dinner for One. I'd never heard of it, but all the Spanish all make a point of watching it every year. Walking with Birds has got to go again. Okay, bye bye, my friend. Is Miss Redcake going? Hold on. Chavros, okay. I got a feeling I've missed something somewhere. Okay, where am I? Roy Castle in a Hammer film. I'm not aware of that phenomenon. Like I said, I only know him from two things really, and Record Breakers with Norris McWhirter. There's a name. I think he was he part of the Guinness family, McWhirter. Wasn't just employed by the Guinness Records book. I think he was actually part of the family. Miss Sophie. Where are we going with that? Is that the name of the lady in Dinner for One? I don't know. Sometimes the conversation takes a turn, and I don't know where we've turned. I'm the last one to find out where we're going with it. Mm-hmm. The Guinness family. 18 minutes. Is Jack Attack telling me the length of the film, the Dinner for One, if that's what it's called? Okay, yeah. Okay. You ever heard of it before, Jack Attack? I'd never heard of it. I'd never seen it. I had to be shown it, but yeah, no, the Spanish watch it every year at a fixed. It's a fixed like tradition. I can't remember whether it's Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Whenever it is, though, they all make a point of watching it. It's a big deal. Yeah, yeah, and the butler's drinking every time she says cheers or whatever, he's drinking their drinks. Whoa, one more for General such and such. Oh, and one for the major, and it's kind of like that, and he's tripping up over this bearskin rug or tiger head rug or whatever the hell it is, and he keeps tripping up over the head. And it's not just here. I think the Scandinavians are big into it. Okay. Might need to become a butler. That would do it. That would do it. Oh, where am I with this? I'm wanting to open my other can of beer, but I've still got coffee left. We'll have to sort that. I haven't got much in the way of conversation left, folks. Have we got any tangents that we can go off on? I did have a couple of topics kind of sort of half lined up, but I don't know if they're right for Thomas has got to go get dinner started. You fancy coffee, but it might make you fall asleep. Most people complain that it keeps them awake. I like a bit of coffee last thing at night. Dr. Terrace House of Horrors. Is this the Roy Castle thing or? On a train? Do they not realise they're dead? Is it one of those where they all don't understand? Donald Sutherland. Hold on. Peter Cushing. You've got Peter Cushing, Donald Sutherland, and Roy Castle. That's a grouping I would never have I would never have put together. Donald Sutherland. I don't know all the other names. Oh, Christopher Lee. Okay, Christopher Lee, and I missed that first time round. I saw Peter Cushing, and I was just looking. I was thinking, who's Lee Max? And oh, Mike spoilers. Okay, I'm on the right lines then. Okay. It's another one that's only about fucking 50 years old though, isn't it? It's is it too soon? Christopher Lee was a man, wasn't he? I guess. Long Range Desert Patrol or whatever it was he was in. Um as it supposedly became the well, he wasn't he isn't he overstated his role in it? He was an intelligence officer attached to it but not actually in it. Something like that. And it is rumoured that he overstates his war record. Overstated. I don't know. He could have been the biggest Mega Man ever for all I know. And he had that lovely deep voice and he was a good actor and everything. So yeah. Hey babe. Where are we going? No, okay, now she's along the bottom of the bed, horizontally this way, with her head roughly where my feet want to be. And she'll creep further forward as she does it, so in the end she will be right in the way of my feet. Won't you? You stop Daddy putting his feet in the bed. Soon there'll be no room for me in my own bed. Huh? Because I couldn't. I never did get that kiss though, did I? Never got my kiss. No kisses. She's still puffing and panting though. She's still Oh, and you've knocked the fairy lights down. Tina, give us a second, folks. I just need to go and, I don't know. What do I need to do, Tina? I need to try and suspend those. They're not going to, are they? That's not going to work. How am I going to do this shit? Maybe that one will work. Oh, it's a bit precarious. Try not to knock it too much down. Try not to knock it too much. Okay. Fold that. No, that's the wrong one. Bend the pillow back in half. Bit of support for the spine. Oh! I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Kelly's Heroes. Could well have been. Was he a heavy metal guitarist? I didn't know that. Nazi Hunter. Yeah, well, that's part of the intelligence thing, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Although, ordinarily, military intelligence is an oxymoron, isn't it? Ordinarily. Okay, I'm seeing the number of viewers rising slightly. I was thinking of calling it quits. This happens, doesn't it? Every time I start to think about calling it quits, the numbers rise, and when I decide to we'll carry on, then the numbers fall back down again. Evil wizard. Oh, okay. Now she's cleaning my feet, which is kind of ticklish, kind of nice, but a little bit weird. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. It's like we're at one of P. Diddy's parties or something. What are you doing licking my feet? I don't know, folks. Topics. We need some conversation points. Hold on, what's that say? How do you power your espresso machine? Yeah, I don't have one of them. It is just a pan of water and a gas bottle and burner. It's all a game for the web monkeys at YouTube HQ. What, the counters and the numbers going up and down? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Mork and Mindy. Nanu. Mork calling Orson. Yeah. And was Orson, was it a kind of a not so hidden Orson Welles reference? I don't know. And what was the fascination with eggs? Why did he travel in an egg? Turkish coffee. Instant. Supermarket's cheapest. Instant coffee with a bit of hot chocolate thrown in, and sugar if I have any at the time. Milk if I have any at the time. Yeah. Pan of boiling water on the floor that I have to bend down and pick up. Always make 2 at a time though. I used to make 3, but that was with smaller cups. Try some cinnamon in it. Cinnamon as Future Canoe would call it. He likes to confuse his words deliberately. Cinnamon. I did that at Christmas. I did a lot of cinnamony stuff, Christmas-ish. Did I do mulled wine this year? I did, didn't I? I did mulled wine. And it wasn't just wine, it was wine and cola that I mulled. And then I had the genius idea of just doing mulled cola. Just adding the spices to cola and heating it up. That's surprisingly nice. You don't drink instant, you'd rather simmer grounds and have it Turkish style. It's more cowboy style. You just simmer the whole beans. Nina Simone, cinnamon. Stanley Unwin. Oh God, that reminds me of the adventure game. Mixing words and saying them backwards and what have you. So it was an actual reference to Orson Welles. Yeah, okay. Cola is basically a mulled wine mix, citrus and spices. I don't know why this, when I'm at the bottom of the list, why does this down arrow stay there? Some proper ultra milled coffee. I'm happy with instant. To be honest, God, for so many months I was just drinking this shit cold. Take some cold water, put a spoonful of instant coffee in, and that's it, done. Didn't have sugar most of the time. Didn't have gas to heat it, or did have gas, but was too frightened to have it outside to use because the police stole my last batch. Yeah. So when Joby was here, as often as not, we would just have the coffee cold. That's a year ago now that Joby moved on. English guy that arrived, I think it was either in the January or the February. Was here for 3 months and then moved on. Okay, folks. I think the conversation's drying up again. I did have some topics, but I don't know that they'd sit well. I would have had to have launched into a more sciencey based thing to begin with, or the tech news one, with Lewis Rossman going off on a couple of things. All right. So how many of us know who Lewis Rossman is? I'm guessing most of the technical guys probably do. So Lewis Rossman is this guy, used to repair Apple MacBooks and Apple computers in general. Hates Apple because of how difficult they make it to repair things. There's stuff with the guy in Australia. Yeah, that. So if you all know it already, then first. But if you don't, so he was basically a computer repair guy, and he would do videos while he's repairing the boards, and complain about how Apple made things difficult to repair. And all along, he was protesting about basically your right to repair things that you own, and your right to own things properly, and not have companies like turn them off from their end. They shouldn't be able to flick a switch and make your TV stop working. And he's had a couple of big complaints recently, like about TVs, smart TVs that connect to the web and what have you, and that the company that you've bought it from suddenly decides to change the terms and conditions, and they'll pop a dialog box up on the screen with one button that's accept. And there's no way to get rid of that box other than clicking accept. And if you turn the TV off and on again, the box is still just there. You've got basically an option of accept or don't use your TV. And they're changing the terms, basically, the terms of the sale. So he's big on this, your right to repair things, and about companies not being able to withdraw your right to use something that's yours, something that you've bought. And this week there was a kerfuffle with another repair guy who repairs PlayStations. And he'd been using some software from a guy in Australia. And the guy in Australia basically flicked a switch and said, right, you can't use the software anymore. And he wouldn't tell him why. And it turns out that basically this guy, the guy who makes the software that these other repair techs use, he's basically, his software has spyware embedded within it that checks what you've got on your computer and what you're doing on your computer. And he can see if you've installed other people's software. So if you're a PlayStation repair guy, whether you're doing it as a hobby or as a semi job, whether it's part of your overall business or whether you specialize in it, he's spying on your machine. And if you install competing software, or if you just do something with your computer that he doesn't like, he was withdrawing people's ability to use his software that they've paid hundreds of pounds to use because it's to help their business. So you've chucked him a couple of £100, let's say. I don't know the actual numbers, but it's not cheap. You've chucked him a couple of hundred so that you've got this software that helps repair the PlayStation. And you install someone else's software as well that he doesn't like. And he turns the software off. You can no longer use his software, even though you've paid him hundreds. And people have been telling him for over a year that you can't fucking do that. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. Well, this touches on Lewis Rossman's two core things. People repairing things and having the right to repair PlayStation, and people changing the terms of a purchase and what have you from outside. Yeah, all of these things. Lewis with an O, Louis. Double S on the Rossman and double N at the end. Rossman Repair Group. Anyway, so Lewis Rossman gets involved and says, this is fucking wrong, you shouldn't be doing this, lad, kind of thing. Does that a year ago. And it turns out that there's something weird about this bloke. Yeah, that's the one, sausage roll, yeah. Turns out that when people get in touch with this bloke who's turned off their access to the software, he has a weird mannerism, a weird way of dealing with people, like a bit of a psychopath. Like he enjoys winding them up and belittling them and leaving them stranded. Something like a real character flaw, a real personality disorder. Anyway, so this guy who's having the argument with the Australian fella releases notes of the conversation. And Lewis Rossman sees it and says, right, I've had enough. And does a video about it. And the Australian bloke, it's called something like BWD software or BWE or something. The guy tries to do a takedown on Lewis Rossman's video, claiming that it breaches his rights or that it breaches his privacy. Now, Lewis Rossman, that's just BWE, there you go. Lewis Rossman, just for some context, has got about 2.5 million subscribers, and until recently, he might still be, as far as I know, was working with a literal fucking billionaire. He was funded to form a couple of charities to help with fundraising and with his right to repair kind of campaigning and getting laws passed. He's literally starting to get laws passed in American states to help with this right to repair kind of stuff. So he's got some clout. He's got a lot of followers, and a lot of people in the tech industry know who he is and what have you. This guy tries to get his videos taken down, and Rossman just says, "Mate, don't fuck with me." And they start researching who the guy is. They didn't have a name for him to begin with, for who's running the business, and his website was owned or technically it was in the name of like his girlfriend or wife or ex or something. It's not in his name. So people are wondering, who is this guy? And they start linking names from various documents and stuff and looking into who this guy might be. And they get two names, and they're trying to work out which one is it that's running this business and this site. And in Australia, you get, it's not a national insurance number, but it's that kind of thing, like a social security number. You get an ID number, and it never changes. And it gets tagged and tied to your businesses and things as well. And it turns out that both of these names are this guy. Now, this guy had a business, and then there's a gap, and then he had a business again. But his name changed. But it's the same fucking guy. And then you're thinking, well, why the break in business? Why was there this 12 years with no business? Or 8 years. I think the 12 comes into it somewhere later. Stick with me, folks. Why this gap? And you've got this personality disorder type thing that I was talking about, the way he deals with people, the way he treats people, plus the hacker kind of thing, and the spying on people's computers. A guy with one of these names was imprisoned at exactly the time that the first business stopped, and was released at exactly the time that the second business started. And then you think, oh, okay. Imprisoned, that would explain the gap. What's he imprisoned for? Getting spyware onto kids' computers, turning cameras on, and then blackmailing little girls into doing things that little girls don't want to do on camera for his entertainment, and then keeping the videos and trying to blackmail people and shit. 12 years he was sentenced for, 8 he served and was released. Changed name and start the business, but this ID number stays the same. It's the same fucking bloke. And this goes in with the spyware, with the spying on people, turning off computers, and the manipulative and the behavior, the taunting people when they're complaining and saying, you can't do that, all ties together. Now, Rossman was careful with his wording, and he didn't say it's 100%. He said, oh, well, but it really, really looks, all the evidence is pointing in this direction. And the guy pretty much confirms it by accident by putting in another claim with YouTube, saying my privacy was violated from this point to this point in the video, which includes all this court case and the allegations. So he's saying, that's me he's talking about there. That's an invasion of my privacy. And of course, these are all public documents. Court cases are public in most countries, and so are newspaper reports and whatever else. So Rossman's just fucking, I told you not to mess with me, pal. Bring it. And of course, he's got his millions of followers. If he needed to do any kind of fundraising or whatever for court cases, he can. But like I said, last I heard, he had the ear of a billionaire. If anybody wants to fuck with him, yeah. So that took a turn. It starts off as wondering why people are. It starts off as wondering how and why he knows what other people have got on their computer. Oh, look, I forgot to plug the thing in. That's the wrong one. That's the one. Hold on, I'm down to 15% on the phone because I didn't plug in when I should have. Oh, wow. 16 watts. That's a record. Is something else drawing some? Oh yeah, the lamp over here, maybe the lantern. Okay, but yeah, so that was this week. That you start off thinking that, oh, right to repair and withdrawing the right to software that you've paid for, and it ends up with yeah, it ends up taking a real turn out of left field. But Lewis Rossman, he's the man. You don't want to be messing with him when it comes to computers and stuff. So Rossman reports on it, and then all the media start picking up on it. Keep the off farmer. How long you been there? Yeah, keep that lamp away. It's not up high this time. It is on something, but it's only on a little pot of pate. Potted meat, as we would have called it when I were a lad. Meat paste, my dad would have called it, because he was posh. Potted meat. Pate is the real posh word, though, isn't it? But yeah, so that was one story. One thing I had in mind for talking about. But yeah, raising, yeah. Lewis Rossman's great. I like Lewis Rossman. But the guy he was talking about, the what was it, BWE? Yeah. I tied it all back together in the end, Jagged Tack. It wasn't all tangent. I brought all the different strands back together. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the original hook was that he was getting people with his original crime. I don't know what the original hook was to get people to install the software that they got, or whether it was just hacking and viruses and stuff that he was using to get it on. I don't know. I didn't go too much into depth in the guy's crimes other than kiddies and cameras. Yeah. But he was basically, once he'd got something on them, he would blackmail them into doing other stuff. And yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I mean that whole story was it was a big deal this week, wasn't it? Yeah, that was. Yeah, Lucy. He starts off investigating how the guy's turning off software and how he knows what they've got on the computer, and yeah, and it takes a major league left turn into child porn basically, and blackmail and whatever. But the guy's obviously it was obvious from the way he was dealing with people, the way he was taunting people, that something wasn't right in the head. And now basically all of his business is gone. He's taken his websites down. I don't think anybody's going to be paying. Oh, follow on. I was about to say I don't think anyone's going to be paying for his software anymore. Rossman, Lewis, decided that it's not right that this piece of software is the best software for what these guys are trying to do. So you find the guy with the next best piece of software, who was one of the guys that was involved in this, and you get the software made better. You get other people involved. You put out a bounty and offer $5,000 to the guy who's maintaining and building the software, but you give him another 3, 4, 5 grand to hand out as like a bounty for people who come along and help make it better. So the idea is that you end up where the bad guy, his software is no longer the best. You get other people to step up and make a better alternative. Yeah, so that's basically this guy, the bad guy, is now the subject of newspaper headlines all around the world and YouTube videos all around the world. His business is gone and his software is no longer the best or won't be anymore. Not that I know of. Not that I know of, Sausage Roll, no. But maybe while he was in prison, things happened. You would imagine, I mean, it's a few years ago now, but he served 8 years, I think it was, in the end. Um, it has been, yeah, open source. There is I don't know whether it's open source, but there's a GitHub, and yeah, people can contribute. But of course, the guy who maintains his software still wants to be able to sell it and make a living from his software. But yeah, Rossman had just put up a fund to help step up the quality of the software to make the second best software in that field with the best software. Yeah, the guy's going to be in hiding, isn't he? He's not going to be okay. Jack Attack's on the story. Yeah, okay. Queensland. That I believe that we had the discussion that it is a derivative. It wasn't like a pun on sausage roll at some point. His name, so it. I don't think I'm being offensive or anything. Um, I'm not. I mean, how else are you going to pronounce it? Sausage roll. If it's got like a deep Devon accent or something, a deep Devon or Cornish accent, or Dorset, because that was a thing the other day, wasn't it, with Lyme Regis? Um, yeah. Okay. Other topics or any other thoughts on that topic? It's basically the guy. Sausage rolls are delicious. They are indeed. I always like sausage rolls. I've never had one from Greg's. I was never really a Greg's fan. It's not that I've tried them and didn't like them. I've just never been one for like fast food and takeaway food. I don't. I buy food in the supermarket, take it home and eat it there. I don't walk around eating as a general rule. But yeah, that guy's business. He took the piss with the wrong people, and Jack and Tech prefers a steak bake. Okay, never had one of those either. I'm not from Greg's or anywhere anyway. I probably have had something. You're talking about like a pastry pocket with some meat and gravy. You know what I mean? It's yeah. So that guy picked a fight with the wrong people, didn't he? Um, Steak bake in the cans. That sounds like Frey Bentos. Steak pies and steak and kidney. See, we do steak and kidney. When you say it was a one, what does that mean? Is that a good or a bad? Mm-mm. Itchy eyes now. Is that a sign I'm getting tired? Maybe. A1, okay. Oh, A fucking. Okay, I got you. Sorry. A fucking one. I read it as the indefinite article. To give it its posh name. Next topic, folks. Have we got any other topic? Cheers, Jack Attack. Cheers, everybody. I'll do it again. Look, I'll do it properly. Cheers, guys. You guys that are sticking with me. Where are we? We're 3 hours in. I don't know how many of you have been here from the beginning or how many are just rolling in and out as stuff happens. Cheers, folks. If you haven't already. If you're lurking, get in the chat where you need to be. That's where all the action is, in the chat. I still don't know why this doesn't stay. I don't know why chat doesn't just stay open. Do you remember that time that I accidentally ended up having to do the stream in bloody portrait? Chat stayed there all fucking night that time. No messing, no, apart from the fact that it was covering me. Yeah. That was a little bit annoying. Thomas has stood over the pot stirring. What is it tonight, Thomas? What's for food? What was that flashed up? 1:45 in real world, in real time. I get so used to just looking at the countdown, I was going to say, at the... I haven't got a word for it. The elapsed time on the video. That'll do as a description of it. So used to looking at that I forget that there's a real world time. 1:43. Let's think. What else what else happened this week? Other topic. I don't think I've got any other bangers like that topic. That was a good one. I just wasn't sure whether it was suitable for just bringing up at this time of night. That's for me. I got shit for stalking Mike on chat. Never. Thomas is having... Oh, God, look at that. I'm double clicking on people. I'm almost banning people again. Wasn't it, Thomas, the last time that I almost banned? By accidentally double clicking. Small beef fillet, 2 sausage rolls, 3 red chilies going into yesterday's risotto leftovers. That sounds okay. That sounds okay. Might skip the chili paste. Okay. Oh, now we're off on food. If Lockcoach was here, it would all be pancakes, wouldn't it? I'm trying to think of another topic, folks. Oh, there was a sciencey one. A cure for an incurable disease. What was it? It was a cancer. It was a particularly was it the intractable cancer? Hold on. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. So baby was born with a defective gene. That means that I can't remember if it's a he or she. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, say it's. I don't really like talking about living out with an it's, but this kid, this baby, its body didn't process proteins properly, and the result when the liver didn't process the proteins properly, the result was a buildup of ammonia in the liver and in parts of the body where you don't want ammonia. There aren't many parts of the body where you do want ammonia, but basically this would normally be a deadly disease. The treatment, such as it is basically normally is just to cut down on proteins. But they don't survive long. It's basically a fatal disease. And they did the old CRISPR thing. They found what changes they wanted to make. They targeted the genes and used the technique and this particular cure for the first time on a human. It'd been tested on the usual range, probably rabbits, mice, and maybe a monkey or two, guinea pigs maybe, I don't know. But for the first time, they used this technique on a human, on a really young human. And they said they did it. They did a small experiment first, and so almost immediate benefits and no downsides. So they did another treatment with a larger dose of. I don't know how they apply this. It normally isn't it a virus they send in, and the virus basically does the gene editing. I think that's how your CRISPR-Cas9 works. So they did a bigger amount, and they saw even more results, and still no negatives, no downsides. So a bigger dose. I think 3 or 4 treatments in the end, and yeah, the kid looks to be cured. And normally, I think usually they wait a couple of years before telling us about any of this. So that's a good sign. It's nice when you read about a cure for an incurable disease, you know? Oh, what are we doing here? You're all off on one about IKEA and televisions and watching me on TV. Just keep the lamp away from the beer. It's fairly close, but there is a cup of coffee in between, or at least a coffee cup. I think there's still not much, but there is a little bit of coffee still in there. So there's a little bit of weight there. We've got a blocking. There is something in between the lamp and the beer. Keep it away. We're on about the magical IKEA doorways. You walk in one and walk out of a different store entirely. Okay. And now there's a way to use hormones for cancers. I was reading earlier about another one with is it positrons? Protons. Oh, now I can't remember. I think it's protons. Proton arc something or other. So they've had proton targeting of cancers, tumours for a while. I think I've got this right. Fairly sure it's protons. And they make a cage that fits the person exactly, and like a mask and whatever, and a body thing, and it literally holds them in place once they put it on. You cannot move with this shit. This is not like your normal radiotherapy or whatever. You don't want to be moving with this because they're gonna pump the beam in from all sorts of different angles as this thing turns around. So because let's say the cancer's like 3 inches, 4 inches inside you. The radiation beam, for want of a better word, has to pass through non-cancerous tissue to get to the cancerous stuff, and can damage normal cells on the way through. And what they've started doing now is going in at different angles with something that basically heats up or interacts with the tumor, but only where two beams meet. Is kind of the, or you can just go in from lots of angles, and it's the aggregation of all the different things. There's a couple of different ways of doing this, but there was this new technique used on a particularly tricky type of cancer. It's a particular cancer that follows nerves. So when it's growing, it's attracted towards, so it will grow in and on and in between around nerves, which makes surgery particularly risky. And this person had a cancer somewhere in the neck. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the cancer, that the word they used, can I remember the word? I cannot, because it's an Americanism. In England, we would call it a gobstopper. Like a big, I haven't got what's the word I'm looking for? Gumball. Gumball was the word they used, which it's not a word I use. I wouldn't know what that is really. But I'm assuming it's like a gobstopper. It's a big sweet. But wrapped around and through and in and amongst nerve fibers, nerve cells. And so surgery was difficult. They did surgery and removed as much as they could. And then you want to make sure there are no cells or no living cells left afterwards. And they'd use this new technique with the, I don't remember whether it's protons or positrons, I'll be honest. But yeah, and this new, previously kind of, I'm not going to say inoperable because they did operate, but the operation would never get rid of enough of the cancer. So again, a previously untreatable or not successfully treatable cancer is now treatable. And not just that, here's the magic of it. Here's what was really different. The woman never missed a day at work. She had to go for treatment for 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, I think it was, 5 or 6 days a week. 30 minutes. And there was no ill effects, there was no sickness, there was none of the ill effects that you would normally get. No harm, basically. No harm to normal tissue around it. So no sickness, dizziness, none of those things that would go with a radiation treatment ordinarily. I think something like half an hour's treatment, 5 days a week for 13 weeks or something. But she just go to the hospital, sit there and not read a magazine, because like I said, you can't move. But you just go there, half an hour, and go home or go back to work, and no one knows you've been gone. No sickness, no illness, no ill effects. That's to me, that's marvelous. When something that was literally untreatable before is now treatable, there's a way forward. That's where you want to be. Thomas is always a bit unsettled at news from that field. What, medicine on science? Or are we back with the Lewis Rossman stuff? I don't know. Whoa! Big fucking report. Who was that? That was Sausage Roll that almost got. Hold on. It scrolled and I've jumped somewhere. Well, PET scan is positrons, isn't it? Positron emission tomography. Positrons, they are a form of antimatter, I think, aren't they? I can't remember, to be honest. Yeah. Protons are basically just a hydrogen. What's the word I was looking for? I had it there a minute ago. Ion. When you either add or subtract an electron in it, it's yeah. Look up Gary Sinise's son. Is that a cancer thing? Bone cancers, yeah. Okay, logarithmic scale over a proportion of protons to water. pH, percentage of hydrogen, isn't it? Oh, the gene editing thing, Thomas it finds a little bit uneasy. Yeah, okay. I got there, sausage roll. I got the ion thing. I was going to go with isotope for a second, but I stopped myself. Cordioma. You think that the bone cancer was called with Gary Sinise's son? Oh, but yeah, I do like. You got to be. Sometimes these articles are more of just an advert for a hospital or for a whatever. But new treatment's a new treatment. You know, if you get something, if there's a new way forward, um, um, if there's a new way forward in cancer treatments and things. I'm particularly liking the immunotherapy stuff, though, as a general way forward for a lot of these things. I think I've said in the past about some of the reported miracles in the past. We think we know what caused them and that they were, whereas they were dismissed. You know, someone's got a lot of cancer, and then 2 weeks later, there's no trace of cancer in their body, and people would dismiss it as you must have messed up the scans or whatever, or you must have the hospital must have been showing you someone else's scan, and it turns out that if someone got a particularly bad case of flu or some really bad fever, the immune system could kick into overdrive and start killing off things that ordinarily the immune system would have ignored. And so things that are a little bit wrong but close enough, it'd ignore normally. But the immune system occasionally would just suddenly switch to a higher gear and just say, look, anything even slightly out of the ordinary, let's get rid of it. You get a fever while the immune system runs riot, and at the end, your cancer's gone. And that's what they think happened with some of those earlier cases in the 40s and 50s, maybe into the 60s, where you had these miraculous cures, these people that were cancer riddled one minute and it's all gone the next. And for decades, it was dismissed as impossible and as rubbish. But yeah, if you can kick the immune system into gear, religion. Danger Will Robinson. Mushrooms need studying more. Yeah. Hold on. Mycelia? Is that the word? There's a lot. I remember seeing a TED talk. Whoa. I'm probably going back a few years now. 8, 10 years ago, about all sorts of uses for the different kinds of mycelia, from clothing and stuff, but right through to medicine and all sorts. There was all sorts of potentials. I don't know if anything ever came of any of it, but how many hydrogen to carbon in alcohol? Paul Stamets, you're in Star Trek Discovery, aren't you? They used what did they call their drive? Was it a mycelia drive? I'm fairly sure that's where you're going. I half recognise the name. Yeah. The immune system, when it kicks in too much, can what was that called? Yeah. No, you're right. The immune system can go haywire. And look at all the autoimmune diseases. Yeah. What's the one that sounds like it should be a wolf? I can't remember. I won't be able to play. That won't be close enough for anyone to get there. What are different words for wolves? Lupus, lupine, yeah, okay. I got there. You see, I gave myself a clue. Uh, yeah. Oh, okay. Paul Stamets is an actual famous mycologist. Okay. Then why does it sound like someone off Star Trek Discovery? And they had a spore. They call it a spore drive. Lupus, yeah. Who got there first, sausage roll? Did you type that before I said it, or did I get there? I got there before I read your comment, but yeah. I still can't remember the name of that thing where the COVID specific one, where the immune system kicks in and you get a. I've got the word flow in my head from somewhere, but that can't be right. There's something, not cascade, something flow, something cascade. Don't know. Won't get there. It's not going to come to me now, is it? There was Farmer's question about how to tell someone you're pissed scientifically. Don't know. Okay. The guy in the Star Trek Discovery character was named after the real world expert. Hydrodentis suppurativa. Hydrodenitis. Where are we going there? Is that related to something someone's already said? I must have missed something somewhere. You typed it before I said it. Okay. 3 minutes before me. That's what usually happens, man. That's what usually happens. Yeah. I spend a lot of time saying the word I'm looking for because I'm terrible at it, and I'm always back. I'm always further back in the chat than I should be. Isn't the biggest living organism on Earth a like a giant underground mushroom or something, like a giant ball of fungus under the ground? I don't know where I got that from, but there's something like that. There we go. There we go. Farmer's already. See, I'm behind. Look, everyone's ahead of me. A giant, an enormous mycelium in Oregon that's many acres. There we go. HS. I love HS. Oh, see, I've missed something somewhere, haven't I? And I don't know whether to scroll backwards. Hydrodentis suppurativa. Ain't fun. That's your HS, but this is a condition that Jack Attack suffers from, but he's laughing, so I'm wondering if there's a joke in there somewhere. Mycelium, the largest living thing. Look, see, everyone's ahead of me with the. Means fucking soul. I don't know. Okay, I'm caught up with chat. I got nothing left to say now, I don't think. I wonder if I can remember any other stories I've read. Not really. I don't know, folks. Let's get some beer drunk. We need a tangent. Opposite over adjacent. Sokotoa and all that. We could take a mathematical tangent. Oh, hello, Tina. Hello, you. You're awake again. There's my girl. Keep the beer destroyer away. Okay. Here we go. Jack Attack is either going to give us a punchline or describe an ailment. Okay. Okay. Painful indeed. It's an ailment, not a punchline. Okay. Oh, should I read it out? Hydrodentis suppurativa, HS for short, also known as acne inversa, is a chronic skin condition that causes painful boil-like lumps, abscesses, and scarring. That's not good. Thomas is out of beer or out of alcohol generally, I guess. Since Friday, stores were closed on the 17th of May for Independence Day. Which was that? Was that Saturday? And whoa, and then they're closed on Sundays anyway. Independence Day. No, Norway. Oh, I never remember if it's Norway or Sweden. Sorry, I'm terrible. I'm gonna default to Norway. Oh, Same difference correctly. Independence of a case of beer. No, you don't run around saying that you're dependent on beer. That gets you a diagnosis that you don't want. Okay. I don't know if I can think of any more topics, guys. I speak some Old Norse, says Sausage Roll. What are you looking at me like that for, Tina Girl? See that, Tina Girl? I'm going to come and tickle your tummy if you carry on looking at me like that. You okay, babe? You okay, babe? Oh, you do. You want a tummy tickle, don't you? You wanted a tummy tickle. Okay. That's okay. I got you, babe. I got you. Woohoo! Okay. Ooh, okay, folks. What are we doing? Are we coming up with some topics? Or do we want a double decker instead of a topic? Northumbrian has some Old Norse about it. Really? Oh, I guess so, because, well, Old Norse? I was going to say Danelaw, but that would contradict, wouldn't it? A lion bar. We just picnic. Does anyone remember the Texan bar? Are you old enough for that one? I think the advert is on YouTube still with all the what you used to call them Indians, you would now call Native Americans. They've got a cowboy tied to a post, and they're giving it the whole they're giving it all that and dancing around. And I think they give him a last wish, which is to eat his Texan bar, and it's a big, it's chocolate but with a toffee inside, and they allow him that. But of course, it takes so long to eat because it's a big chewy stick of toffee kind of thing. By the time he's finished, they've all run out of steam and they're all asleep or knackered on the floor. So he gets up and walks away. Good little advert. Beck for creek or stream. Barn or bairn for a child or a baby. That comes from over your way. Hest for a horse. We have Hest Bank, a place out just outside Lancaster. What other words did I know once upon a time? I don't know. Wagon wheel, yeah, but wagon wheel back when it was as big as your head. Not these tiny little things that they have now that impersonate a wagon wheel. Honestly, when I was a child, a wagon wheel was bigger than my head. Star bars. Do I remember star bars? Don't think I do. Farm I was supposed to go but stayed because I'm persuasive. I don't know. It's not very Hest. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's too common, but yeah, Hest Bank is an area, an area between. Well, it's kind of Lancaster, Morecambe, and then Bolton le Sands, the next village along. So it's on the edge of Morecambe-ish. At someone's behest, I guess, to be at their beck and call. I don't know if it's related to horse or not, though. Ganheim. Yeah, maybe. Walnut Whip. I think, do they still make that? It's kind of, what is it, like marshmallow inside of a round cone of of chocolate with a walnut on the top or inside the top. I can't remember. Are we still talking food? There's two conversations going on. Chocolate bars apparently, or and also Norwegian words that are used in different dialects around the UK. Still see them, the walnut whips. The last time I saw them, they were tiny. Tiny compared to when I was a kid. Now, it could just be that I'm a bit bigger now and therefore they relatively seem small, but I'm sure they're actually smaller. Don't know walnut whip. No. I don't remember any other. I mean, we've got the whole Milky Way UK versus US. The Milky Ways and Mars bars are different. We've also got marathon not being called marathon anymore. I never adapted. I never ever adapted to Snickers. It will always be a fucking marathon to me. Just, it's only been about fucking 40 years and I still cannot get it. Really? The C word means sword sheath in Norse. Uh, doesn't condom mean sock in Portuguese? I think that's right. I don't know where I'm pulling that from, but I'm pulling it from somewhere. I don't know why Portuguese. I don't know why Portuguese comes to mind. Again, I can't check from here, but somewhere that lurks in the back of my mind, and they're usually right when that happens, but just not always. A copycat called Jap or Yap. You probably don't pronounce the J the way we do. Were you saying that they've re-released marathons, Jack Attack? Wow. Okay. That would be nostalgic. I bet they charged a bloody fortune for it, though. Yeah. Couple of years now. And we've got place names that are based on no, I think Norwegian words as well. So places like Grimsby. By was like a large farm or a homestead, like a small village, I guess. And Grim, the Grims would have been a family called Grim. So Grimsby. I don't remember what a Thorpe was, but the word comes from over that way. So we've got places like Cleethorpes, Goldthorpe, Mablethorpe, places like that. I don't remember what Thorpe meant, but those words come from, I presume, Norwegian as well. Is that the name of a town, farmer? You think that grim is a term for Odin? Well, maybe. Don't know. Suddenly I'm in red again when you do the art. It puts me in red. Well, white writing on a red background. More common in Swedish, the Thorpe or Torp. Okay. Odin was the king of the gods, wasn't he? Odin or Woden, which is where we get Wednesday, Woden's Day. If I remember correctly, our days of the week are named after Norse gods, goddesses, whatever. Where are we going with Hump Day? I don't get that one. The people of Grimsby did, Thomas. The people of Grimsby. Maybe a name. That's what I remember being told. It must have been a family called Grimm, like the Brothers Grimm. I know they were German, but were they? Yeah, the Brothers Grimm, that documented the fairy tales or the Danish invader. Okay, folks, we're coming up on 4 hours. I'm enjoying the chat. If we're going to carry on, I am going to need a quick break. So the whole if we're going to carry on, I don't know. I haven't decided. Just give me a minute. I shall be back with you momentarily. Okay. Oh, we've gone all linguistic. Where are we here? The Grimm brothers are documented as making the consonant shift, for example, P to F, from Papa to Father. Where are we on? What's the teetotal like? Well done. I'm going to have to go back a bit, aren't I? Oh, the Wednesday, the midweek, the hump, over the hump, as in over halfway. I get you. Farmer invades cherry Danishes a lot. Danish invader. That light is evil, I tell you. It's attacked 5 beers already. Not today. It's been a good light today. It hasn't attacked anybody. That was the okay, teetotal light. Like a tea light, but more so. Pastry. Danish, you see this thing with Danish and pastry. When I was a kid, Danish meant bacon. You used to get bacon out of the shop and it would have the big red stamp that said Danish on it. And there'd be adverts about the sizzle. The dangers of talking food. Yeah, you make yourself hungry. This is true. And then the conversation took a turn, and suddenly we're throwing out the names of flowers, and I don't know why. Have I missed one? No, I don't see what I've missed, and yet I'm lost. Okay. Tulip bacon, never heard of it. Such is life, folks, such is life. Oh, Tina's just snoring again. I just gave her a big tummy tickle before. No lip bacon. Now you'll get me talking about guanciale, which is pig cheek, if I remember correctly. That's what you need if you're going to make yourself a carbonara. It's not supposed to be pancetta. It's not supposed to be bacon. It's supposed to be guanciale. Surströmming. I'm desperate to try that. I'm getting a weird echo from my voice out of the beer can. I want to try. I'm one of these weird people that wants to try surströmming. It can't be as bad as people say it is. It can't possibly be as bad as people say. I've got to give it a go. And I'm not doing any of that opening it underwater malarkey. Or under oil or under. I'm not doing any of that. Pork jowls, yeah, that's pig cheek, basically, isn't it? Neck fat is better than pancetta. They say it's more the smell with the surströmming. Have you tried it, Thomas? You haven't tried it, and if you're saying it's more the smell. Danish bacon still says sizzle on the pack. There you go. Oh, Thomas hasn't tried haggis. You're missing out. You're missing out. It's more the spices and flavourings than the actual meat. But it is lovely. I like it. Yeah. Whale. Whale is great but hard to cook. Where's Jack Attack gone with his? Is that haggis that you don't like, Jack Attack? Don't tell me that. Or maybe you're commenting on the whale. I'm sure that's an autocorrect. Moonhawk. Hard to catch haggis. Yeah, I don't know. They've got one leg shorter than the other, though, because of the way they run around the hills. Never tried whale. I wouldn't know where you would go to get some. Where would you get whale up? You can't even bring yourself to try tripe. Tripe's lovely. Oh, here we go. We're off running again. See whether I can show you her running. I bet she stops now that I've said that. Oh, the surstrumming Jack Attack was giving it the. See whether we can we get her running? No, I told you as soon as I put the camera on her, she stood. There she goes. There she goes. No. You know that as soon as I turn the camera away from her that she's going to start again. Let's have a see. She fucking did as well. Hey, baby girl. There she goes. I don't know, folks. The legs still work, but they're just not under her control normally. Jack Attack likes his haggis. It was the surstrumming that he didn't like the idea of. You get whale at the supermarket. And I know you get reindeer, yeah. You've got the Sami in Norway as well, have you? I think they're along the tops of all you countries: Norway, Sweden, and Finland. I think you got to get north of the Arctic Circle, though, or thereabouts. Jack Attack, you are a fussy eater. Yeah, you're just eating the stomach of a ruminant, aren't you? They've got enough of them to go around. Sheep brain, you got to be careful with that, isn't it? Is it scrapey? There's one of these prion disease type things, like mad cow disease, but in sheep. And if people eat it, they get it. I think it went out of. I think your sheep's brain went out of fashion once people realised that they could catch nasty diseases that would turn them into a. I'm not going to say zombie, but I'm going to say zombie. You had to taste tripe flavoured dog food while you had a hangover. Okay. And this was a work thing. You work for Pedigree Chum or something, which is part of the Mars company, isn't it? Hold on. There's a strange link somewhere between Mars and dog food. But I'm live. How long was I gone? I was sat here talking. I hope you heard it. Jack Attack mostly eats beer. Okay. Kreutzfeld Yakov. CJD and the new variant NCJD. What was it called? I think it was called that. Might have been VCJD. That's the mad cow disease. That's the prion disease that comes from the cows. Yeah. I definitely remember a disease called scrapie, and I'm fairly sure that was sheep. I'd eat horse meat, but I don't think I never have knowingly. But there was that thing a few years ago, wasn't there, where all of the ready-made meals. Oh well, Big Clive's told the story. He wondered how they could get so much meat in these microwave meals. How do they get so much meat in for so cheap? And he's got his answer. When they actually tested it, none of the meat was what it claimed to be. Worked in flavourings for 30 years. I told the tale here. I've eaten dog food. I'm not too proud to admit it. It's quite nice. I liked it. The texture, they don't crush the bones up as much as they would when they make food for us. So they leave it a little bit. It's a little bit gritty. But the actual flavours were nice and the meat was nice enough. Again, that's probably. It claims it's not, but it's probably horse meat. At the behest of the bishops. Hest, you see, Hest and horse again, yeah. Sheeps and goats, yeah, fatal scrape. Yeah. Jack Attack is my personal researcher. He's my fact checker. When I start spouting rubbish, he's the one that tells me whether I got it right or wrong. Pet food is better regulated than human food, probably. Especially because they're more sensitive to things like salt and what have you. So you don't get them bulked out with salts and sugars and things. Yeah, I believe it. Was that Scrapple with an L? Scrapple. Don't know that one. Sounds like a board game. Cricket flour in the bread. Cricket as in insects. That's where they're trying to get us to go, isn't it? I'm not too averse to it. The price would have to be right. But in principle, I would eat insects. Rather eat sawdust. Well, that used to be a common supplement in flour. You're probably going back 200 or 300 years, but sawdust was something that they added to flour to bulk it out when there was a shortage. And believe it or not, some people preferred it with than without. There you go, Jack Attack. Asda had brilliant burgers. Then came the horse meat scandal, and suddenly the burgers were gone. Coincidence? I think not. Farmer says no to eating bugs. I don't see any difference. If you look at something like a cricket or a grasshopper, and then you look at a prawn, what's the fucking difference? I've got no. To an extent, it would depend on what they've been fed on because they're going to taste of. But I tried woodlice once, and it was kind of prawny, but woody, earthy. Obviously, woodlice are going to taste of wood, aren't they? They eat kind of rotting wood. Yeah, it's woody and earthy, but kind of shrimpy or prawny at the same time. Nan's Yorkshire pud with added fag ash. You can't say fag in some places. Oh, I jumped. But how do I stop it from jumping? I might have to wait for the chat to disappear and go into one of the other options, top chat, and then come back to proper chat. Gonna try that. Top chat. So half of your messages have disappeared. Now back to all messages. And scroll back a ways, see where we are. Here we go. Yorkshire pud with fag. And it jumped. You're a bastard. What are you doing to me? And look at that. As soon as I take my finger off, it's right. Keep your finger on. EU regulations are specific. An EU regulation has specific regulations for animal feed. It includes all animals that are used as human food around the world up to a certain date. So something's grandfathered in. Where are we going here? Thomas says biological composition, less meat, more exoskeleton. Fried grasshoppers. I've got a feeling I've tried that. Well, I didn't fry them. They came fried or roasted. There was a pack. Where the hell was I? Where and when? I don't remember, but I've definitely eaten them. I don't grasshoppers or crickets. I don't quite remember what the specifics, but anything with a hard shell, no thanks, says Thomas. Yeah, dogs are still eaten in China, aren't they? It's a specific breed, but it's horrific because they peel them while they're still alive. And there was that video, probably still out there on YouTube somewhere, of a dog that got away. It escaped. So you've already peeled its skin off while it's alive, and then the poor thing gets out. Oh. Why would you peel the skin off while it's alive? Sand fleas. We take the shell of shrimp for a reason. Some smaller ones you don't. You can just boil them and eat them with it on. Just keep going. Yeah, sorry, Farmer, but it was a video that was out there on YouTube. It is a thing. Poor animal, and all the other poor animals that didn't get to run away. Well, it won't have survived. Not after it's been skinned. But yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Guys, I've only got this much left in this particular can. Where are we? We're on 4 hours 20, which is coming up on 3 o'clock. Do we think one more can? It's a little bit naughty this late in the night, but I can be a little bit naughty sometimes. How about you guys? Are you guys sticking around, or do you not have lives? Have you not got like work in the morning or whatever? 3 cans behind you. What, back here? Probably. Is that a euphemism? I'm going to shower and make sausage. I kind of live here, guys. That chair that I sat in when I did TrampCast earlier, I don't think I've used all week. I kind of live here. So there's a big cake here. There's a yogurt here. Not a yogurt, it's a chocolate. I think it's what Americans would call pudding. Like mousse, but without the bubbles. There's mayonnaise there, and there's pate under the clock. So yeah, beer can be positioned within reach sometimes. Just like that, look, as if by magic, a beer appears. I started with 2 out so that I didn't have to do that too early on, but yeah. That's beer number 2 I've just finished, isn't it? And again, you would have thought while I was just up before and over in that corner, you would have thought that I would have positioned the bag better so that I could actually put the rubbish in the rubbish bin. But Okay, Farmer's actually off to cook some sausage. Did you say we're getting a shower as well, or was that someone else? Well, I think someone just fired a shotgun. I'm off to shower and make. So yeah, it was the combination of off to shower and make sausage. I think that put me on that particular track, Farmer. Um, oh, and then we've got the sausage roll thing going on. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna open this. We'll see how we go for the next 10 or 20 minutes and see whether we carry on. Conversation seems to be developing, although I warn you, I haven't got any more. I don't think I've got any more topics at top of mind. But you know how this goes, folks. I didn't think I had anything to talk about 4.5 hours ago. Casa Privado, private hunt. Yeah, okay, yeah. Then again, is it Casa or Casa? That all. The fiery hole. Isn't that, hold on, Johnny Cash and his Ring of Fire? Yeah, Ring of Fire, yeah. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Then you got to get some horns going. Well, that's Farmer, and he's making sausage in the shower again. Get some horns going. Jerry Lee Lewis, great balls of fire. I like Johnny Cash. I do like Johnny Cash. And that song in particular is a good one. Although I bastardize the words whenever I try and remember it. Love is a fiery thing, and it has a shape like a ring. A shape of a ring. Can't remember. Get it wrong every time I try. Like that other one I told you about the other week, where I portmanteaued two different half a line from two different songs together to make my own song. It's a knack I have. It's a knack I have. What was it? It was the Tammy Wynette Buddy Holly. The weatherman promised me a bright sunshiny day. I know he didn't mean to lie, but it's raining in my heart. I think that's not one song. I think there's half a line from two different songs there. Dirty Cash. I don't think I know that one. Boy Named Sue was a hell of a. That's a hell of a. Would you class it as a ballad? It tells a story, so I guess that makes it a ballad. And then speaking of ballads, you've got all the gunfighter ballads with the guy with his white sports coat. Oh. What was the Clint Eastwood film where he played a singer? Marty Robbins. You see, I get that. Marty Robbins, because Marty Robbins was he was kind of the a singer in that same film. Which film was it? Marty Robbins and Clint Eastwood in a film. I was going to say Play Misty for Me, but I wasn't sure. Is that right? Not sure. But Marty Robbins, what a fantastic voice. I grew up with all those like those gunfighter ballads. Yeah, my mum liked all that stuff, so that's what I grew up listening to. And she had a fantastic, I can't even call it a sound system, it was just a wooden record, back when everything was wooden, folks. Wooden record player with wooden speakers. And they were phenomenal. And the wood looked like wood. It wasn't like black, you know what I mean? It was wood with grain and everything. Back when everything was made properly out of proper bloody materials. You're getting poked by an Italian? What? Johnny Cash. I like Johnny Cash. I like a lot of that stuff. Whether you call it country or country and western. A lot of it bordered on rock and roll as well, didn't it? A lot of those guys spanned multiple genres. Roy Orbison as well. There you go. There's one. Um, hmm. But the Marty Robbins Gunfighter Ballad album, I think it might have been a double album, was fantastic. Electrocute a sausage. Hasn't Big Clive's beaten you to it, hasn't he? He used to do that on the regular. Sticking the electrodes into food to see if it'd cook. Open mic events. You're a good singist then. Unlike me, I can't carry a note. I can't even hear notes properly half the time. I think I've said this one before. I was gobsmacked when I discovered that like 3/4 of Jingle Bells is just the same fucking note. Jingle bells, jingle bells. I was gobsmacked. I had no fucking idea. I can't tell if one noise is higher or lower than another noise. But I still like music. Hold on, I've missed one there. When I'm scrolling back because I've missed something. You know what happens now? I spend the next hour 10 minutes behind where I should be. When you were homeless, hold on, Moonhawk. When Moonhawk was homeless, Elton John played in the field next door for 3 nights. I never recovered. Explain. Because it was so good, because it was so bad, because it was so loud. Where are we? I'm coming forward again. 5 hours away from keyboard. Oh, that was this hot Italian getting poked by a hot Italian. Apparently, I might have I might have rearranged the words in that sentence a little bit, but you know. Ron Diggins said the first mobile disco. Ron Diggins. You think he came from Norfolk? Big Iron on His Hip. That's a fantastic song. That's a fantastic one. Big Iron on His Hip. Yeah, yeah. Thomas enjoys listening to music, can't read it. Me neither. I've got no clue. When I hear people, what's the guy called that I listen to that talks about music all the time? Well, there's a couple. There's one guy called, I think his channel's called Wings of Pegasus. And he analyzes singers with a he looks for I was going to say auto tune. And do you know that there are people singing live, and you're paying to see like a live concert, and they're using auto tune. And even what was the one? There was a singing competition that had professionals on, and they were using auto tune during a competition, and people are paying to watch this shit, and it's just like, what exactly are you getting when you listen to live music nowadays? Okay, I think I'm getting a signal that I might be getting tired. What do you think? Some of these ones now, you need equipment to tell that the auto tune's being done. Yeah, but then he'll analyze something like the Righteous Brothers, um, when they sang live on TV. Well, one of them. You got the two blokes, haven't you? Bill Withers and no, was it Bill Megley? Bill and the other guy, the blonde guy. And when he belted out to the sea, you'll come back to me. What's that song? Not You've Lost That Loving Feeling. The other one. Oh, fuck, I hate this. You guys will already have answered it. Believe. What was the song in Ghost? You see how I have to give myself clues and go all around the fucking. Can you put a link to your Discord server here? Jack Attack can do it for you. If you can get it to him somehow. To post, you'd need to be a Unchained Melody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fucking hell. Yeah, Unchained Melody. When Bobby with a blonde crew cut with a blonde close hair, when he came out on TV and sang live, and when they analyse that now with with the machines that he sang almost every note fucking spot on for the entire thing. Not just that, but he'd got this massive range of like, I don't know, like 5 octaves or whatever. Um, Absolutely stunning. I can't even remember the lad's name. I can't remember either their names. Um, oh, sorry, did I get the wrong? Yeah, to post links you need to be a mod, and I've kind of got enough mods, but if you can get it, if you can get the link that you want to Jack Attack, he can post it. Um, or if Jack Attack can find, if he can find the link. Sorry, Jack. I'm putting on you, mate. Yeah, sure. Deliberately used that, deliberately misused auto tune, didn't she, to do that? If you can, yeah, if you can believe, yeah. And before she did it, this was the funny one, wasn't it? Before she did it, one of the Spice Girls, Victoria Beckham, did it with a song and got absolutely slated for doing it. And then Cher brings out a song and everyone's like, "Oh my, that's wonderful! Oh, tremendous!" And it's just that I guess Cher had got like a 30-year career behind her, whereas Victoria Beckham had been a pop star for 2.5 weeks. That's my guess on why they were treated differently for basically both doing the same thing. Oh, I got the hiccups. How do YouTube pay for this, guys? How does this work? There's 5 or 6 people watching, and we keep going, say, for 4, 5, 6 hours, and we end up with a big video. And then YouTube has to do all its processing. It has to host those files. It has to do all the transcoding into the different bit rates and resolutions and all of that malarkey. It has to do the post-processing of chat so that it all lines up and our different messages come out, your different messages come out at the right time. So there's all that. And they're never going to make a fucking penny off this. 5, 6, 7 people watching live, and probably after the event, this thing will only ever be viewed by about 10 people who each watch about 15 minutes. How does this make YouTube any money? Or do they put up with it while I'm a small time YouTuber? Do they take the hit on the chin in case I become the next Asmongold? I don't quite understand the economics of it. And here's the other one. The live stream last week, the Hangout live stream that was not last was it last week or the week before? The 6 hour one was processed and ready to go, published within 15 minutes of the stream ending. Whereas the proper TrampCast, the non-hangout, the real TrampCast, was like 13, 14, 15 hours before they finished post-processing that. So I don't understand the economics of it. I don't understand how it works or why it works. Why did the long 6 hour stream get processed and made readily available 15 minutes after we wrapped up, whereas the normal stream that gets more viewers and more watch time overall. Why did that get left with 13, 14, 15 hours? It doesn't add up to me. I don't know. Hold on. Let me just scroll. I've got to scroll back so that I can come forward. YouTube making hundreds of millions. The ad revenue here is enormous. I rarely see ads on my stuff because I'm not monetized. So I rarely see ads. Like when you came into the stream, did you get ads? When you watch it back afterwards, do you get? I rarely get them. Occasionally, but I can't believe that. Like at the end of, let's say, 5 hours. Let's say we went to 5 hours. You'd be looking probably at what, 7 or 8 gigs for the full version, and then you've got all the other step downs, all of the other lower resolution and lower bitrate versions, plus all the processing. Well, the processing to do that, the disk space to store them, because they're not going to keep transcoding it every time it's played, so they do it once and store them. So the disk space must be ridiculous, and the processing for the chat. I don't know. I don't know that my videos will bring enough ad revenue to ever make any of it worthwhile. Jack Attack thinks it might be ads. Or ads. Maybe ads. Thomas has got a conspiracy theory going about YouTube being subsidized by the US government. All of these big American not just social media, but all of these big American web companies seemed to get a lot more government acceptance a lot sooner than like the British would to the British government would to any new big website. It's like the British government will resist and resist and resist, and then end up having a channel or an account on the foreign places, but they never did anything to grow British website. What's the biggest British website that's not just a news outlet? You got like the BBC and the Time. You've got the Times and the Guardian. But where's our Twitter or Facebook or we had Friends Reunited for a while. I think that's gone now. Last Minute, I guess that was British because we talked about that woman with the fucking silly names that I can't remember again now. I thought I had it there and I don't. She ended up becoming not a government minister, but is she not in the House of Lords or some fucking such now? Oh, I almost had it again there. Fox. There's a Fox in there somewhere in her name. Lastminute.com founder. Jack Attack found her for me last time. But the British government don't get behind and don't push and don't promote these things. They stand off from them, but then end up taking an account out on the American ones. So Moonhawk lost a fifth of his subs in one day. Oh, okay, I now have 4. I see what you did there. In-Q-Tel CIA shell company invested big in several tech startups in the late 90s. CIA shell company. Is this confirmed or is this rumor speculation? Well, Sausage Girl's on YouTube Premium, so it doesn't see ads. Thomas. Not sure where we went there. Get them on other channels. Oh, God. Some of the sci-fi storytelling websites that I watch, channels that I watch, the ads will be every fucking 10 minutes. And when you're watching a story that's an hour and a half long, it's fucking obscene. And there'll be some of the adverts will be those fucking 60-second can't click away ones. There's not you can't just click fucking skip. Some of them you just have to fucking sit there. Here we go. Farmas talking dirty again. He's talking about his hot Italians and their buns. You stream charge on scale. Not sure I follow. I need food to sausage roll. Isn't it a bit late for food? Oh, look at this. I've done it again. I unplugged the phone to show you Tina. And now I'm back down to 15% power on the phone. If the stream ends before I finish cooking, then good night everyone, says Sausage Roll. I might be in my Discord thing later, but let's see. Tits McGee? What? Sausage Roll forgot to post the link. He can't. But he could direct Jack Attack or someone to the link. Martha Lane Fox, there we go. I told you there was a fox in there somewhere. The Brent Holborn. I never knew his name. I would never have. Martha is not a name that would come to mind easily. That's an old lady name, isn't it? I wasn't at school. There was no Marthas in my class at school. That would have like if there was a Hilda at school or something. Martha and Hilda are two little old ladies down the bingo hall. Fuck, I don't know. Okay. It's a known and documented thing about the InQtel sponsored what became Facebook. The movie they made failed to mention it. The what was the movie called? The Social Network? Chicharron. Now you're just has a cat run across your keyboard, Farmer. Chicharron. Someone must have watched Waiting on the Pope advert. You're all away. I got no idea where any of you are here. I've got. Oh, it jumped all the way back to Martha Lane Fox. There we go. Okay, I'm back. I'm somewhere close anyway. Facebook was a totalitarian wet dream come true. People now inform on themselves and any bystander. They do. They do. I mean, look at Johnny Somali or whatever he's fucking called. I think that's his name. Pitts McGree was your guess at a Martha Lane Fox name. Okay. Yeah, no, these people that stream and show themselves doing crimes. Johnny Somali's going to get 31 years in prison, maybe. He'll probably get about half. But and he already did 3 months in Japan before he pissed off the Koreans. Do we all know this story? Do I need to tell it or do we all know it? These nuisance streamers. And the other bloke that went over, where did he go? I can't remember his name. But another bloke decided to kind of copy him and go and be a nuisance streamer in another country. And he's going to get a few years. In fact, I think he already has. Okay, waiting on the Pope, and just as he appears, in comes an advert. Yeah, yeah. 25 years in the that'll be him. In the Philippines, yeah. I can't remember his name, but the Johnny Somali one in Korea. He went to, so they have these benches and a monument to the comfort women, basically the organized rape of women by Japanese soldiers during World War II. And he went and just insulted the entire nation, the entire thing. And then he went and stood in it was like a supermarket, but that had an area for eating and where they would come and serve you a little bit of food. There's only a few tables, but he stood there just like throwing shit on the floor and shouting at the staff and scaring away other customers. And in Korea, that's a crime. Interfering with a business is a crime. And he went on a bus and caused the driver to have to stop the bus to come and kind of word him, which made the bus be like 5 minutes late. And the buses in Korea run like fucking, not just to the minute, but they're like to the second fucking accurate. And he caused it like this 5 minute delay that had a knock-on effect all day long for the bus company. And each one of these crimes carries like 5 years. And then he did one with like fake porn. What do you call that? The deep fakes. And in Korea, that's like an automatic 10-year. There's no fucking messing about. There's one prison sentence for it, and it's 10 years, and that's what you're gonna fucking get. And he's got 2 of those charges. And one of the people that he was doing it was underage, I think. So it's not real porn, but still it is. Johnny Somali is the one in Korea, and the other one is I thought it was like Anatoly or something his name, but something like the one that's in the Philippines that's getting stuffed. Yeah, nuisance streamers. What can you say? They're just. There was a young guy. He walked through a shopping centre, and he would deliberately like walk into people or just stand in front of them, and he'd brought like a bodyguard. So as soon as anyone went, yeah, fuck off your shit, the big fucking burly bodyguard stepped in. Jack someone or other. He's another one that's just a fucking obnoxious little runt. And he's in trouble with something at the minute. I don't really. I've never watched any of these guys properly, but I see the like the reports about them. There are certain people that talk about this drama, and yeah. So while it's not my thing, I watch lawyers as well online. So Legal Masses is he called? And I used to watch Nick Recator, um, before before his life took its own little fucking turn. Um, Nick Recator. There's a story to fucking behold. Put himself forward as this very conservative, very down to earth, very normal, church going lawyer with with a wife and 5 kids. They were all about the normal lifestyle, and all along he's swinging and doing coke, and they moved a girl in to be the nanny, and he's banging the lot of them. Yeah, until the police raided his house. Um, I am still online, aren't I? Yeah, it's just gone quiet in chat. Everyone's left, I think. But yeah, Nick Recator, the police got reports from the local pastor, the local church guy, that stuff wasn't right, and so the police raided his house. They got a search warrant. They came in and they found a huge amount of coke. I don't know much about these things. There's something called an 8 ball. Well, it was the equivalent of 1.5 or 2 of the. Basically, it was enough stuff to party on for a month for the 3 or 4 of them that were involved. Guy was spending tens of thousands on the stuff. Yeah, he did. He did his so he did a live stream. I used to watch him at 6 o'clock in the morning my time, because his program started at 11 at night. And so I would wake up and there he'd be on, and yeah, yeah. He did a live stream. He went to the loo. He was gone for about an hour, and he came back with white powder on his nose, and sat there all. And then he kept just talk. Yeah, every time he tried to go online after that, he would talk about his own court case and all the hearings, and his kids got taken away from him. Yeah, we had more than that. So when they started talking about they were talking about it in terms of ounces, and whatever like a class 3 case, he had more, although that included the weight of the packaging. So there was some debate about how much drugs, and in the end, it all got watered down, and he took a guilty plea, and as long as he's got to stay off, he's got to have no trouble for 5 years as part of his parole. He has to. He took the guilty plea so that the wife and the girlfriend didn't have any charges. So he copped for the guilty, and it was all what do you call it, like plea deal. It was all bargained away, but he was always drunk on stream. He drank whiskey a lot, and yeah, Black Belt Barrister is good. But Ricciardi used to drink a lot of whiskey all night long, and also like review whiskies. He'd talk about whiskey a lot. Well, as part of his sentence, he has to stay dry. He has to stay clean from drugs and dry from all alcohol for 5 years. 5 years. 8.5 grams killed John Belushi. Yeah, I'm not. There was talk of ounces here, and I'm not sure. Grams in an ounce, anybody? 30? Is it? and there was more than 1 ounce. Yeah, Nick Ricator is the lawyer that that I watched. He made it really big. He made it famous during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, but before that, the lad with the shotgun, no, the lad with the rifle, whose name I almost just had and I missed. 4 Doors More Whores, anybody? 4 Doors More Whores. A quick search of that will tell you the name of the kid I'm on about. Famous case in America a couple of years ago during the riots, 2020, George Floyd and all that. Kid walking around during the riots offering first aid to people, and he also had a rifle because he was trying to protect buildings and property. 28 grams to an ounce, yeah, so it was more than that. So that's quite a lot, yeah? When you were saying that like 8 ounces killed, no, 8 ounces, 8 grams killed someone, yeah. I like Black Belt Barrister. He's a good UK lawyer. Kyle, that's right. 4 Doors More Whores. Kyle. I won't get there. I won't get it. Rittenhouse, absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't have got it. But yeah, Ricciardo got well, he didn't, he's already big. He was the biggest law YouTuber at the time. And he made the careers of a lot of other people because during that Rittenhouse trial, he'd have a panel of half a dozen other lawyers on with him while they talked about the various interpretations and laws, and they'd pull up the actual statutes, the actual laws, and also they'd comment on court proceedings and how the lawyers were doing and whether they were doing a good job. And all these other lawyers became bigger and became famous because of it. But there was quite a lot of controversy afterwards because Rackets, Nick Ricciardo, nicknamed Rackets, he'd made statements that he was going to make it worth their while for being on his show. He didn't pay them to be there. They came on supposedly for the exposure, but he did make statements that he was going to see them more, he was going to see them right, and he never gave anybody anything. And that caused a bit of consternation among some of them. And he said, "No, fuck off. You came on my show. It's my show. I don't pay people to be on it. You came on." And he was getting 100,000 viewers concurrent, 100,000 on at any one moment. They say he made millions from those two court cases, Rittenhouse and Johnny Depp Amber Heard. But it went up the nose, a lot of it. And he does have a big nose, by the way. It was always kind of a joke about his nose. And people accusing him of being Jewish because of his nose. But it was all done in jest. But then a lot of backbiting, what have you. But he was the biggest, what they call a law tuber. But there was all this swinging and hedonism and drugs and stuff going on in the background. And I don't know if you know this, but in America, you're not allowed to be in possession of weapons while you're either drunk or on drugs. Wasn't one of Biden's son was done for that, wasn't he? Well, when they raided Ricciardo's house and found an open safe with all the drugs and the drug paraphernalia, and they look under the bed and there's a fucking gun, and somewhere else just on the floor in the bedroom there's a shell. Yeah. Lost his kids for 5 or 6 months while it was all sorted out, and then court case, and now he's got a record. He lost his license to what do you call it? He lost his law license temporarily, possibly just an administrative oversight. He maybe just didn't pay his annual fees or whatever. So that'll probably get sorted. But yeah, it's funny. I don't know, how did we get here? How did we get onto Ricata and drugs and everything? Can't remember. Tangents from tangents, folks. I've run out of I lost track of how we got there. Why were we talking about Ricata? It was a tangent from something else and someone else doing something wrong. And the guy who increased the drug prices. Oh, Somalia. Okay, YouTubers doing wrong and getting themselves caught. Okay, well done. You're good at this. You're good at this, Jack Attack. Yeah, Johnny Somali. People recording themselves doing wrong and getting themselves in trouble. Watching lawyers. I was saying I was watching lawyers who were reporting on Somali. So people like there's legal bites. There's legal. I said it before. Yeah, you got all these, and a lot of these started off on Ricatas. They were part of the bunch that got more exposure because of Ricata. Okay, the guy who increased the prices of what do you call the one for sugar? Fucking hell. Why can I not think in a straight line? Shrekkely, something like that, yeah. Insulin, that's right, yeah. Yeah, insulin suddenly went up like 40-fold or something, didn't it? And created a lot of trouble. Sucre. Insulin. Oh, Tina. I think she's fired. Yeah. The American health system and the way that drugs are done, and the other thing that went up a lot in price was EpiPens, wasn't it? They went up ridiculously, kind of overnight, to the point where people can't afford them. So if you've got any kind of serious food allergy, you have to walk around just hoping that you don't need an EpiPen, that you don't accidentally take something that's got peanuts in or whatever it is that you're allergic to. But yeah, no, I think it was Thomas that said that Facebook is it's basically a big spying tool for the government and the police. They people walking around filming themselves and each other all the time. Oh, here's one. Auditing Britain. This guy went to Watford and sat outside a police station. Well, he walked around a shopping centre, and he got in a lift, and there was a copper in the lift, and Auditing Britain had a radio in his pocket, and it crackled. And then he came out, he walked around a car park and through a shopping centre, and off towards the police station. And this copper got suspicious because because of the radio making a crackling noise. So started following him. And the fact that he walked through a car park at the shopping centre made the police presume or assume, auditing Britain, as far as I can gather, he doesn't put himself on camera, but as far as I can gather, he's of a light brown persuasion. Walks through the car park at the shopping centre, through the shopping centre and off towards the police station, and he's going to just film in and on and around and see how people behave and how the police behave, how people in authority behave, which is what they call auditing. You're basically just checking how the police behave, and especially if they know you've got a camera. If they misbehave to someone who's got a camera, then what are they doing at other times? Auditing Britain's not. He doesn't. Well, if they get rude with him, he will get cheeky back. But he's polite to begin with. But some of what transpired in, I think it was Watford, beyond the pale. What the cops did. It's at the point now. It's going to be in the newspapers. MPs are asking questions, and property has gone missing. Evidence has gone missing. So as well as having his camera while he's filming, he had a little pen camera thing doing some recording in case they take his phone off him or in case they do things. They arrest him at like 3 PM, take him not to Watford police station but to another police station like 20 miles away, release him at midnight, tell him that the train station's just around the corner when it's 4 miles away, don't give him his property. They tell him he has to go to Watford police station there and then, like that night, to get his property back. And his phone was how he paid for stuff, so the phone was what they kept, and so he's got no tippy-tappy payment method because he's not carrying cash. Well, he's got a little bit, but he wasn't expecting. He's got like 20 quid, but it's 20 or 30 quid taxi fare back because he's in a totally different town. He goes to the police station and gets his property supposedly, and he's still got the sealed evidence bag with his kind of spy camera pen thing. But the receipt says camera, pen, and SD card, memory card, whatever. It's not there. The bag's still sealed, like to this day, but the card's not there, and they're giving him the runaround to get hold of this one copper who's supposed to be in charge of it. So evidence has disappeared. He's got proof that it's not there. He goes back the next day to try and see the cops, and he's walking through the same shopping centre again, and another total psycho copper just starts gobbing off, and it's an amazing couple, well, 2 or 3 videos now, but yeah. One of the audit guys got prison. Some of them are very, some of them are more confrontational than others. There's one guy called, is he called Barraclough? Something close to that, but not that. Because I was at school with a guy called Martin. This guy's called Martin Blag Scoff, Blag something or other. I saw something about this guy who got killed he was going to plant a bomb or something, wasn't he? So they're saying, and they shot him. Yeah, I don't know the full story on that one. The Palm Springs explosion. The suspect said that the fertility clinic did have the embryos consent to the kid consent. Lost me. Planted the bomb, got shot, blew himself up. Just happened yesterday. Yeah, I saw something about it. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I don't know what that's fully about, but yeah. Okay, folks, we're on what, 5.25 hours. It's 3:45. I think I'm gonna call it quits there because I'm gonna be falling asleep soon, and it's been over 5 hours. Enjoyed your company. Thank you very much for bearing with me and being here. If you could hit the thumbs up on the way out of the door if you haven't already. Maybe leave a comment, maybe share it out there tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, it's been a good one. I've enjoyed it, even though I got lost on a few of my tangents. But thank you, everybody. I shall do the from Tina and from Delta Mike if I can, if she'll let me. Turn the camera around, maybe. I'll put the light on. So, from Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Awkward moment.